Excuse me. Holy smokes. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And we got a lot to cover today. Welcome to the Better Black Life Podcast. I'm your host, Brother Clarence. And we got a lot to cover today. Oh my gosh, a lot to cover. Uh as usual, coming up on our Sunday morning broadcast, that's what we do. The news, hit parade, Black History Minute, your money, and then we get into the lead topic. So without further ado, hope your Sunday morning and Sunday is going good. Mine is a little under the weather, but that's okay. I'm here. All right, let's get right into the news. Missouri woman, 22, who allegedly stole Pelosi's nameplate on January 6th, is now charged in deadly drunk driving crash. Holy smokes. A Missouri woman charged in the infamous theft of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's nameplate during the January 6, 2021 attack of the U.S. Capitol complexes, facing an altogether more serious legal issue in her home state as of this week. According to Missouri Highway Patrol, Emily Hernandez, 22, was driving drunk on the wrong side of the highway during a fatal crash that killed another motorist on Wednesday evening in Franklin County. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. The incident occurred on Interstate 44 and resulted in the death of 32-year-old Victoria Wilson, authorities allege. Another man, Wilson's husband, who was driving the car, was also seriously injured. According to the St. Louis Post Dispatch, the crash happened just after 7 p.m. on the night of question. The cars collided on the eastbound lane in the eastbound lane of I-44. Hernandez herself reportedly suffered serious injuries and was treated at a nearby hospital. Hernandez was issued a citation for one count of each driving while intoxicated, resulting in death, and driving while intoxicated, resulting in injury. Both are felonies, according to MHP Corporal Dallas Thompson. A trooper with the agency reported that seeking formal charges from the Franklin prosecutor's office, Franklin County Prosecutor Matt Becker said those charges will come after the results of a full toxicology report are released. The TV station's report um, shockingly details sh- contains shocking details of the incident. Truck driver Jeff Barlow recorded video of a car going in the wrong direction on the interstate. Holy smokes. He said the car was going around 60 miles an hour and he tracked 6 miles trying to get the driver to realize they were in the wrong lane. Barlow said Wilson's car was in the left lane and a truck in the right lane prevented them from getting over. He described the collision as looking like an explosion. Holy smokes. Everybody was first for her. Wilson's sister, Angie Ortiz, told the station she always put herself first to make sure everyone was taken care of. A GoFundMe was started by Ortiz to cover the out of nowhere funeral expenses as well as the family's hospital bills. Ay, ay, ay. Holy smokes. All right, y'all. So y'all see that this lady that was in the insurrection in January just killed somebody in a drunk driving, and the girl is 22 years old. 22 years old. Killed somebody driving drunk on the wrong side of the road. Maybe even uh definitely maybe paralyzed the other passenger in the car or the driver of the car. She killed the passenger, but she very much wounded the driver of the vehicle as well. So, and she injured herself. 22 years old, but hey, kind of show you the mentality of some of those people that's hanging around doing that. Insurgents, right? I got to move fast today, y'all, because I got so much to cover. I got to get to. I got to get to. I don't know. I have to get to. Should we abort baby boy fetuses? I got to get to that. Ex-mission, his hit parade. Okay, it's the hit parade. I mean, I ain't putting my stuff up because I'm so caught up with this aborting black babies. Um, ex-Michigan, ex-Michigan House Speaker Chatfield accused of sex assault. Lansing, Michigan. State police in northern Michigan were investigating Thursday after a woman accused former state House Speaker Lee Chatfield of sex assault her multiple times, beginning when she was 14 or 15 years old. Oh, man, holy smokes. The accuser, now 26, filed a criminal complaint with the Lansing Police Department, which referred it to state police earlier this week. Her lawyer, Jamie White, confirmed the nature of the allegations first reported by Lansing City Post, included that Chatfield began molesting her more than a decade ago, and the sex contact continued until last year. Why, Brother Clarence, why do you do the hit parade? Why? Because I'm trying to let y'all know, don't relax, don't sleep. These dudes are out there. You got a child, 14 years old. Here this dude was messing with her, 14 years old. See, but we're not in these children's lives, man. This is the stuff that's gonna happen. They groom them. They test them. They test them to see. Oh, are you to see if the parents is involved? Parents not involved in them. They move in. They take it by steps. Talking about the violator. State police spokesman Jan Burns declined to provide additional information. Alleged assaults began when the 14 or 15-year-old girl attended Northern Michigan Baptist Bible Church. Holy smokes. And Northern Michigan Christian Academy near Burke Lake, about 60 miles northeast of Traverse City. The Associated Press does not typically identify people who say they are victims of sex assault unless they choose to come forward publicly. Chatfield taught and coached. Here we go, coach, another teacher. Chatfield taught and coached at the school, and this is a private school. This is a private school. So some of y'all think, oh, it's all happening at private schools, it's happening at public school. No, it's happening just as much at the private school as it is in the public school. Chatfield taught and coached the school and was the athletic director between 2012, 2010, and 2014, according to his LinkedIn profile. His father, pastor of the church, the superintendent, his father is pastor of the church, the superintendent, and teacher. Oh, the smokes. Brother Clarence, why? Why do you do this stuff? Because y'all need to know. Y'all need to know. Y'all need to stay up vigilant with these children. Phone and text messages seeking comment were left by AP Thursday night for Chatfield 33, who left the house in 2020 due to term limits. She did what she was supposed to do. She went to the immediate jurisdiction that she thought was appropriate, White said. Her and her family, they're working through it. They're looking forward to working with law enforcement to bring this allegation to conclusion and bring accountability for others that have been harmed. Chatfield, the youngest House Speaker in more than a century, was the Republican leader for 2 years and was among 7 Michigan GOP lawmakers who met with then President Donald Trump at the White House as Trump tried to overturn Democrat Joe Biden's win in the state. Excuse me. All right, so also, why do I do the hit parade? You guys got to know these creeps out there, and just because they got a nice suit on, or just because they're in the church or the mosque or the temple, or just because they're teaching at the private school, doesn't mean they ain't out there. They ain't out there after your child. They out there after your children. So we got to be, the only defense our children have is us. We are the only defense they have. I got a granddaughter about to sit out there. I wish a dude would. I wish a dude. I don't wish a dude would. I'm just saying. I ain't gonna have no mercy on somebody try to do something like that to my granddaughter. So I'm always, whenever she say open her mouth, she gonna be like, "Yeah, my grandfather's right there. Yeah, he helps me with my homework. Yeah, he talks to me. Yeah, he's right there. That dude just sweep on by her. All right, y'all, let's go because we got a lot to get to. We got to get to these aborted black boys. Oh man, see, I messed up. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Your little brother's got to do something real quick, man. Real quick. All right, all right, all right. Had to do it. Had to fix it up for y'all. The Black History Minute. Black History Minute. Black History Minute is about Sidney Poitier. I spelled his name wrong, but I'll fix that. Let me fix that right now. It's Poittr. Okay. Uh, that's better. Sidney Poitier. Who is Sidney Poitier? Born February 20th, 1927 in Miami, Florida. Uh, and, I don't know if he's born in. Let me take that back. Was he born in Florida? I guess he was raised in the Bahamas, but he has ties to the Bahamas. Sidney Poitier was an American actor, film director, activist, and ambassador. In 1964, he won the Academy Award for Best Actor, becoming the first black man to win the award. He received 2 Academy Award nominations, 10 Golden Globe nominations, 2 Primetime Emmy Award nominations, 6 BAFTA nominations, 8 Laurel nominations, and 1 Screen Actors Guild Awards nomination. From 1997 to 2007, he was the Bahamian ambassador to Japan. Portier's entire family lived in the Bahamas, then still a British colony. He was born unexpectedly in Miami while they're visiting over the weekend, which automatically granted him U.S. citizenship. He grew up in the Bahamas but moved to Miami at age 15 and to New York when he was 16. He joined the American Negro Theater, landing his breakthrough film role as a high school student in the film Blackboard Jungle in 1955. In 1958, Portier starred with Tony Curtis as chained together escaped convicts in The Defiant Ones. It's a good movie, which received the 9 Academy Award nominations. Both actors received the nomination for Best Actor, with Portier's being the first for a black actor, as well as a nomination for a BAFTA, which Portier won. In 1964, he won Academy Award and the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor for Lilies of the Field, another good movie. Playing a handyman, helping a group of German-speaking nuns build a chapel. Portier also received acclaim for Porgy and Bess, another good movie. 1959, A Raisin in the Sun, another good movie. 1961, and A Patch of Blue. 1965. Continued to break ground in 3 successful films, which dealt with the issues of race and race relations. To Serve with Love, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, In the Heat of the Night. He received Golden Globe and British Academy Film Award nominations for his performance in the last film, and in a poll the next year was voted U.S. top box star. Beginning of the 1970s, Portier directed various comedies, including Stir Crazy starring Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder, among other films. After nearly a decade from acting, he returned to film starring in Shoot to Kill in 1988 and Sneakers in 1992. Portier was granted knighthood by Queen Elizabeth in 1974. In 1995, he received the Kennedy Center honor. In 2009, he was awarded Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States. In 2016, he was awarded the BAFTA Fellowship of Outstanding Lifetime Achievement in Film. In 1999, he was ranked 22nd among the male actors of the 100 Years, 100 Stars list by the American Film Institute. He won a Grammy Award for Best Spoken Word Album, and in 1982, he received Golden Globe Cecil B. DeMille Award. In 2000, he received the Screen Actors Guild Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2002, he was given an Academy Honorary Award in recognition of his remarkable accomplishments as an artist and as a human being. Okay, I can't read all of it because it's just so long, man. The dude did so much, accomplished so much. but he did a lot. He did a lot. You know what I'm saying? So if we don't remember our past, our elders and our ancestors that went out, rest in peace, Sidney Poitier. Um, I first heard about Sidney Poitier, and then I started going backwards looking at his movies. But I looked at first. I started out in comedies when Uptown Saturday Night, um, Let's Do It Again, and the other one I forgot the third one. Him and Bill Cosby starred in all three of these films, and that's where I first saw Sidney Poitier. And then I went back and seen um, what's the one? Raising in the Sun. Oh my gosh, good movie, Raising in the Sun, and among others, among many others, man. Sidney Poitier was a very talented actor. What I liked about Sidney Poitier, he never let them put him in a play a drug dealer or a pimp or nothing like that. He wouldn't. He just would not allow them to do that. And so, he was the one dude that kind of stood out to me because if you go back in his movies, you won't find a pimp scene in there. You won't find a drug dealer scene in there, and you won't find him, doing all kind of crazy stuff. You know what I mean? He always played it straight. So appreciated that about Sidney Poitier. But don't take my word for it. Go look it up for yourself. Dig that. Rest in peace, Sidney Poitier. He passed away this week. Rest in peace. He was also married to Diane Carroll. I don't know if you guys knew that. He had been married to Diane Carroll for a little bit. Um, Wanda Washington. Let me get some of these chats in here. Wanda Washington. I think his wife was classified as white. Yeah, his last wife. His last wife was white. Sister Wanda for sure. Sister Wanda, peace, Bud Clarence. Hi, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Can't complain. Got a little nose cold, but other than that, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Sister Wanda, I love those movies. Piece of the action. Yeah, piece of the action. Thank you, Sister Wanda. A piece of the action. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, it was Uptown Saturday Night. Let's Do It Again, and a piece of the action. Very funny movies. Very funny movies. But after that, I started trying to look into his background, and then I started finding these other movies that were Porgy and Bess, and Porgy and Bess. Jewish fellas won't let us see that. They won't release that to the public. You got to go into the movie theater to watch Porgy and Bess. I don't know why. It's probably like the Dead Sea Scrolls. They just will not release that stuff. So anyway, I'm not at liberty to say why they won't do it, but they won't. So Porgy and Bess, you got to go into a theater and watch Porgy and Bess somewhere. Okay. Um, that was the Black History Minute. Let's move on to the job because we got to find out what's the deal with aborting these black babies, black male babies. Excuse me. Okay, STEM job of the week. Oh man, what is wrong with you, brother Clarence? I be thinking I be doing stuff the right way and I don't. Man, what's going on, man? What are you doing? Okay, that should be that. Let's see what we got. All right, we got it. We got it. Okay, y'all. The STEM job of the week is airline pilot and commercial pilot. What do airline pilots do? Airline pilots and commercial pilots fly, navigate planes and helicopters and other aircraft. How to become an airline pilot. Airline pilots typically begin their careers as commercial pilots or flight instructors. Commercial pilots must complete flight training and need a commercial pilot's license from the Federal Aviation Administration. Airline pilots typically need a bachelor's degree and an FAA issued airline transport pilot certificate. The pay. The median annual wage for airline pilots, co-pilots, and flight engineers was $160,970 in May of 2020. That's not bad. I think most of us could get by with that, right? Uh, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of good things you could do about looking into being a airline pilot. But hey, talk to your children. Let your children know, hey man, you can you can do other stuff besides rapping and dribbling a basketball. There's some other stuff you can do. So don't just get stuck on that. We got to push these children into the STEM. So why, Clarence? Why we got to push these children in the STEM? Because that's the future. If we don't push them into the STEM project, these STEM jobs, they're going to be stuck like Chuck. They're going to be stuck. You know what I mean? They're not gonna have no way of making no decent income for themselves, and I'm sure most of them want at some point gonna want to start a family, but you ain't gonna have no way of making no decent income for yourself. So dig that. Go check out being an airline pilot. Go talk to your child and see. Just put it in their head. You know, you don't have to. You can do other things. There's big things you can do, and let's start them out young, thinking about big things. All right. Sister Wanda, my favorite one was To Serve with Love. To Serve with Love was a good movie, yeah. But my favorite one, let's see, my favorite Sidney Poitier movie probably is gonna be, I mean, non comedy would have to be A Raisin in the Sun. Raisin in the Sun is a good movie. That was a good movie. That is A Raisin in the Sun is a real shows the real desperation of a lot of black men in America. A Raising the Sun really does that, and it really shows that. If you get a chance to go watch a Raising in the Sun, you will see how desperate black men are to try to take care of their family, and how even they will be sucked into some stupid stuff, trying to take care of their family because they want to be the man, and they're willing to do all kind of different crazy stuff to be the man. And it's an ugly situation. But that's my favorite movie. Y'all tell me what y'all favorite Sidney Poitier movie is. All right, y'all. Let's get moving on down the line. Uh, let's see here. What we got here? What's our lead topic? Is spite swirling a healthy response to picking bad black men or women? Right? Are you swirling? I was on a panel earlier this week, and the sister got on the panel and said, "Hey, I am swirling because, you know, um, they know, basically that black men are just not worth my time, and so they ain't worth it. I'd rather be with white men." And so, what I was trying to find out from the sister is, well, she said that. So I said, well, if you're doing it just out of spiting us, how are you going to maintain a good relationship with this person? Because the only reason why you're over there dealing with them is out of spite for us. Oh, no, 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 no. Then she changed it. Oh, no, I really find them attractive. Oh, okay. Why you said it up front? Then she said, I'm actually trying to recruit for the divesting community. Divesting community. You trying to recruit. So now you move the ball again. Now you're trying to get recruits for the divesting community. I don't know if y'all are aware what the divesting community is and what they're about and what their core belief is. So I'm going to go through. I'm going to let one of the chief architects of the divesting community talk for herself. How about that? A Raising the Sun was so wonderful, written by Lorraine Hansberry. Yeah, man. Yeah, Sister Wanda, you saw that movie. That was a good movie, but that's my favorite one. I guess probably because I'm a man and I can see I can relate to the struggles that Sidney Poitier's character was going through, trying to just be considered a man, just trying to be considered a man in his own house. All of these different struggles that he had to go through, and his wife not respecting. I mean, it was a. I don't want to give away the whole movie, but it was a good movie. It really shows what a lot of black men have to go through just to try to be the head of the household in their own house. Okay, all right, y'all. So I got a question for y'all. I got a question for you guys. Cause see, let me see here. Where's my question? Got a quick question for y'all. Is aborting black male babies the answer to picking bad black men or women? But typically, right now, we talk about the women, right? So, why would you say such a thing? Well, there's people out there that's saying that. Shout out to Cynthia G. That aborting black male babies is probably the best answer to the violence and the men that are not taking care of their children. That's probably the best answer for that, right? Hold on, I don't want to put words in her mouth. I'm going to let her talk for herself. Let's let her talk for herself.
of what they've left you. Why you have to be responsible, of course. And you know, in all perfect in a perfect world, I would say don't even sleep with them. But if you are going to sleep with them, definitely try not to put yourself in a position to be giving birth. Like there is just it's a sad situation.
Well, here's the thing.
She's having some audio.
Now my connection should stop being choppy because yeah, because I have connected to the connected, but I don't think I could turn on my camera though. I mean, I could try. Let me see if I can try, but I don't think that.
Well, the connection sounds better.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
So yeah, I guess I can be on camera like this.
Yeah.
But so an emotional decision is one where you have the men not contributing anything to you, which we know they're not. They don't protect you. They don't provide for you. They're murdering you every 6 hours. They're wreaking havoc on their children. And you say, well, we can't live without them. Well, my brother, my uncle, my grandfather, that's when you're making an emotional decision. Mm-hmm. When we sit up here and say, well, look, these men aren't serving any purpose. They're harming you. They're leaving you single mothers. They're wreaking havoc in the community. The logical decision then would be to control how many of them are here. Mm-hmm. That's called logic.
That's right.
That's called logic.
Absolutely right.
And strategy. And so we need to get out of emotion and stop thinking about really we live in black male worship. We live in black male worship. Because I'm telling you, if black women were the most problematic in the community, this would not be an issue. And according to black men, we are the most problematic ones in the community. And they're saying they're not going to change because they don't need to. They think the problem is you. The problem is you black women who are not choosing better. The problem is you black women who.
Okay. So she said it's not because black women are not choosing good men. That has nothing to do with the fact that black men are causing all of these different, the ones that are out there causing all these problems are causing all of these problems. And most of them are causing these problems, trying to do it in romantic relationships, right? So, but see, she just swept right over that. If you pick better men, you won't have people that are violence will go down because you won't be incentivizing violent men to be that way because they won't get no run. To me, that makes more sense, right? But she just glossed right over that. Hey, that's not even an issue. That's a huge issue. That's a huge issue. You picking the wrong men. And then when you pick the wrong men, instead of saying, okay, there's an issue with me. I have some type of issue where I cannot discern a good man, the difference between a good man and a bad man. I can't discern that. So what I'm going to do is just get rid of all of them. That way I don't have. So this is Cynthia G. Shout out to Cynthia G. She's calling for the abortion of black male babies. And because she's saying that there's just too many black men out there and they're doing too much destruction. And so therefore, we as black women should, if you know you got a male fetus, just abort it. And that way we're going to cut down on this problem. Later on, she says, all we need is 10% of the black men that's currently out there. All we need is just 10% of men. Okay. So doing her math, if we only have 10% of available men out there to 90% available women, that is going to produce, we already having polygamy done under the scenes, but it's going to be open polygamy. It's going to be wide open polygamy, right? But not polygamy with people that know how to have good relationships. You got the same issues, but now you just have them in a polygamous lifestyle, right? Of course, if we do her math is like let's abort 80% of the 90% of the male babies. Let's abort them. Once we know they're male, let's abort them. Can you imagine if Kevin Samuels had a page, had a video saying, let's abort black female babies? His channel would be gone in a snap. When it gone in a snap. But here she is. Here she is. She's out here saying, hey, look, aborting, we need to abort black male babies. Right? That's the answer. The nuclear option, right? Hey, but it's not me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just clarifying what she's saying. This is what she's saying, but she got to say it in a certain way so that she don't have no strikes against her, right? Peace, brother Daryl. I hope you're feeling better, brother. I hope you're feeling better, man. I had to drop off your live to get this live to prepare for this one, man. So, but peace to you, man. I hope everything works out. Well, I know it's gonna work out, brother. You're gonna make it work out. You're gonna make it work out because you gotta move a different way today. But peace to Daryl Long and his family. Sister Joanna, keeps forgetting to say the Joanna. Do you have the receipts of Cynthia G calling for the abortion of boy babies? We're looking at it right here. That you want to know the name of the name of the video? The name of the video is let me get it up here for. If aborting black males isn't the solution, what is? Is that a big enough receipt for you? Is that a big enough receipt for you, Sister Joanna? Sister Joanna? If aborting black males isn't the solution, what is? Do you think Kevin Samuel could say, if aborting black females isn't the solution, what is? His channel will be gone just like that. Poof. Poof. Right? But women and men, I'm not just saying it's women and men that that promote violence against black men, women, and children, their pages are protected because they say it's art. I'm just doing it's art. It's fair use, right? No other group of people would have. You think anybody else could get away with saying, if aborting black males isn't the solution, what is? Man, what do you think would happen if a white guy put, if aborting black males isn't the solution, what is? Poof. His channel would be gone. Poof. Poof. But here we are. Here we are. I hope this is a big enough receipt for you, Sister Wanda. And you can go over to her page. This is on her page. I listened to this video for about maybe almost 2 hours. And she doesn't say specifically, because she knows she tightropes it. She doesn't say it specifically. She basically lets the title speak for itself, and then she just defends that position. If she didn't feel that way, why would she put that out there? I don't know. Just me. That's just me. But you guys, if you got 2.5 hours of the throwaway in your life, go over there and listen to that video. All right, let's get back to moving on. This is Cynthia G calling for the abortion of black male babies. All right, let's go.
Who refuse to pick better men. The problem is you black women who just don't want to play your role. You don't want to submit.
I wanted to find another path to a new career. Of course, Sarah.
You don't want to let them lead, yada, yada, yada. That's what they think the problem is. The problem is not them, to them. And if you're not a problem or your behavior is not a problem.
Okay. So, like I said, if you keep incentivizing them by rewarding their behavior with sexual attention, then why would they change? Why would they change? Right? You reward this nonsensical behavior with sex and attention. I'm not saying black men are perfect. They ain't no angels. None of us got no chicken wings behind our back. None of us floated out of the sky, including black men. We got a lot of stuff to work on. But if you guys will stop incentivizing this behavior, then maybe we could do something on this on our side too. Because we telling them, hey man, that ain't the way to go. But why should they listen to us when they get all this sexual attention from the women? I mean, I'm just, you know what I mean? We just doing the math here. We just doing the math. All right. All right. But hey, don't take my word for it. See, but your little brother is always going to do his homework. So hey, I'm not never going to be sitting out here talking out of my rear end. I'm going to do my homework. I saw about 2 hours of this thing, right? After a while, it's pretty much it becomes pretty unwatchable after a while, right? It's pretty much her defending this position, right? Shout out to Cynthia G. You know what I mean? She stood on the square, but the math doesn't math. You can't do the math on it. If you do the math on it, this position falls apart completely. But I'm gonna let her talk. This ain't even my lead topic, but I'm gonna let her talk. I'm gonna let her finish. Okay, this is Cynthia G calling for the aborting of black male children. All right.
You're not going to change it. You don't change what's not problematic. So the bottom line of it is black men are not going to change. They're not.
Well, there's no reason for them to change. Like we see what they say, that they're not worried about it. They know that largely black women are still going to deal with them, which I mean that's just a fact, right? But there is no reason to do it. There is no reason. Black women are not requiring better for them. And here's the thing, this is why I don't like discussing even healthy relationships between black men and black women, because to be honest, and I know people are going to take issue with this, but I'm just going to have to give it to you raw and uncensored. Okay? Regardless of the fact of how many of us are in relationships or who have had, great experiences with black men, with our black fathers, whatever, your black son, whatever, right? I don't want to misrepresent anything or give you hope. I don't.
Okay. So the other sister that's, the cheerleading squad is saying, I don't want you to have hope. Even though you got a black father, even though you got black brothers, even though you got black uncles, even though you got black nephew, even though you got black grandson, even though you got black son, I don't want to give you hope. I don't want you to have hope that we can work this thing out. We need to get this aborting black babies thing off the ground now. We need to get it going, get it moving, right? Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I'm serious. If anybody out there can find me where you honestly say that if Kevin Samuels put up a video that said, if aborting black women, black female babies isn't the answer, then what is? And his channel wouldn't be gone in an instant, a heartbeat, right? But hey, you're a black woman and you promoting violence against black men, no problem. YouTube will embrace you, push your program. Basically, what they tell you, right? So Cynthia G has been known to say a bunch of different, controversial things, but this one I think is really out of the park. And she's so skillful at how she will lay it out. She can move the football. A lot of women can move the football, but this girl she has got it down to a science where she doesn't say it, but you see the title of the video. So she doesn't have to say it out loud out of her mouth. She just defends the position. She just tells you to present to her an alternative option, right? She keeps asking the question, what's the option? If this isn't the option, what's the option? Right? You got to watch who you listen to. You got to watch who you listen to. All right. This is Cynthia G. And the people over there at the Cynthia G program advocating aborting black males and asking if aborting black males isn't the solution, then you bring a better solution to the problem, to the table. All right.
I don't want to give you hope because I don't want you to be disappointed, because what I'm seeing more often than not is that men are interested in protecting and covering for these behaviors that are harming you. I would rather, what I even said that I was going to stop even defending myself when women come to attack me because they need me to be in a bad situation. I would rather Black women feel like they feel completely and get a true picture of what Black men are. Because if you don't, then you may misunderstand the reality like I did for many years. I did not know that Black men were this bad to women. I did not know. I didn't know it was this bad. I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was just a little of them that were acting out and that were doing these egregious things. But no, it's the majority of them, and I don't want to give you hope.
Wow.
I don't want to give hope.
Wow.
But that's why I'm leaving it open for people to tell me what the solution is. So let me read these super chats and then I'm going to open the phone lines. Sondi Wendy said, if a married woman doesn't birth a son in Nigeria, she is persecuted and harassed. A Nigerian man kidnapped his own son and used him for blood rituals at the instruction.
Okay, so now this is what the divesting community is good at. Extrapolation. So because this Nigerian man did this thing, we're going to extrapolate that onto all Black men. They are the best at the extrapolation. Okay? Projecting and extrapolating. Okay? So that's what they're going to do. All right? But hey, let me push it forward. Because I actually have some stuff I want you guys to see. All right, let me push it forward.
Black men's actions and not their words, they will see that Black men increasingly are having non-Black sons, so they are actually making the same choices by their interracial mating choices. And that's what I'm saying that Black women are not realizing. Listen, CNN just wrote an article called White Supremacy with a Tan. I wonder who is creating all these tan children.
Okay, she just mischaracterized the article. I went back and read that article. It's not talking about anything other than the fact that it's talking about systematic racism. It's not talking about anything she's talking about, right? But she just mischaracterized that article, right? You got to watch who you listen to. See, because I want to read this article. You guys can go read it. The article is called, let me see, I got it right here. What's the name of the article? I read it. White Supremacy with the Tan. CNN did this article. It's on CNN.com. You go read it for yourself. The point of the article is rooting out the systematic racism in the country, in government resources. That's the point of the article. She's trying to make it sound like they're writing about a threat to Black people not being here. But like I said, this girl is very good. She's very good. Shout out to her. She is very good at moving the goalpost, moving that football. Remember Peppermint Patty would move the football whenever Charlie Brown tried to kick it? That's her. That's her. But I want you guys to hear something specifically that she's going to say. A couple of things. So let's go.
Right.
I wonder who's doing it.
Right. And can I just say something, because I don't really, I think that most Black women are reasonably intelligent. So if you're dumb and you don't get what I'm saying, I don't feel the need to break my words down to that of a remedial person of a very.
By the way, that's curry goat that she's eating. I don't know, curry goat. Yeah, I think it's curry goat. Yeah.
Low intellectual aptitude, right? But let me human you for a second. When I said demon seed is demon seed, whether it be female or male, understand this. Yes, you have a better chance of raising a productive person if you give birth to a Black female child. This is true. However, you also have a greater chance you do understand where that person is coming from. You do understand where that person is coming from and the types of women that are their counterparts. Okay, because some of those women are going to give birth to 10 of those demons.
Yep. Well, because you can only produce what you are, right? So if you're a demonic entity, that's what you're going to reproduce. It just is what it is. But so for the people who are confused, I want to bring your attention to this article here. I really want you to look at this article. And the reason I want you to look at this article, because Black, like, again, critical mass. This was written on September 4th, 2021. You can just look at the imagery right here, and it's already showing you most people are not going to be Black. Most of the people here are not going to be Black. And they're...
Okay, scaring tactics. Absolutely, right? It's a scare tactic that they use to motivate and manipulate women that are in the same mind frame, manipulate them into supporting this thought process, right? Pure manipulation, right? Because the article, the point of this article is, even though the country's getting, it's going to be tanner, white supremacy is still going to be functioning in some of the federal and state and governmental bodies, and that's how people going to look at it, even though it's going to get dark. So it was to say that, to open the eyes of people to see that. That was the thing. It's about trying to get rid of white supremacy in the structured government. That's what the article is really about. But she just mischaracterized it. Go read it for yourself. Anyway, let's let her talk.
Going throughout the history of how other groups like the Italians and the Irish became white, how the Jays essentially became white by status, how Asians are actually white, but whatever, they call them honorary whites, they're actually white, but sure.
Okay, so now this lady's saying that Asians are white. We already know that the Europeans are white. They may have different levels of dominant gene in their system, but they are considered white because they have so much recessive gene in their system, right? To the degree that they have almost no dominant gene in them, lets you know the level of their, I wouldn't say how close they are to what is called Aryan, which is all recessive gene, no dominant gene in the system, right? But she's out here lying now, because anybody who is other than Aryan has some dominant gene in them. The degree is the difference, right? And which kind of dominant gene. But see, this is people not doing the math. They're not doing the mathematics. They're just talking, and they just saying talking points, and scare tactics to scare other women to grow their ranks. Other women with bad results picking bad Black men and just to grow their ranks by, saying, hey girl, we understand where you coming from. There ain't none of them no good. No, it don't got nothing to do with you picking the wrong man. It ain't got nothing to do with you picking and hanging out with men that say no good. No, that ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just all of them ain't no good. So let's go for the nuclear option. Let's start aborting the male fetuses. Ay. All right, let's go. This is Cynthia G. For those of y'all just walked in. Cynthia G. One of the chief architects of the divesting community, calling for the abortion of Black males. And this video is titled, "If Aborting Black males Isn't the Solution, What Is?" All right, let's go.
So they said literally people who identify as multiracial increased by 276% over the last decade. Mm-hmm. 276%. And what they're in here telling you is that people predict, they said the U.S. is barreling towards becoming a rainbow nation around 2045. Rainbow is not black. Biracial is not black. Mixed is not black. Multiracial is not black. So people.
So she just lied. She just lied. Anybody with the dominant gene in them will be considered black. If they got that black gene in them, that's dominant. They're gonna be considered black. It's not. You are the dominant gene. Caucasian person and an Asian person have a child. That Asian person has a dominant gene. It will be considered Asian with the Caucasian recessive gene. We're just doing math. This is just mathematics. Brother Clarence, are you talking? No, this is just mathematics. Go look up what I'm saying. I'm not, this is just the mathematics. It's just the mathematics. Anybody who has a black parent has the black dominant gene in them, whether they look like it or not, whether the recessive portion of the gene has played a bigger part or more visual part in that. When you get down to the brass tacks, the dominant gene is the dominant gene. And whatever the dominant gene is, that's the person. The nationality don't matter. We got Japanese people that was born here. That don't mean they're American. That don't mean they're European just because they were born here. It's not about where on the planet they were born. It's about the fatherhood. The fatherhood determines their whether they're going to get a dominant gene or not. Excuse me, not the fatherhood. Anybody, whoever's carrying the dominant gene is going to determine whether that child is dominant, whether it's the father or the mother. The father determines the sex. The father determines the sex of the child. The mother will just determine, how healthy the child will be in the incubation process. But the mother, if she's carrying the dominant gene, whoever's carrying the dominant gene that's what the child is going to be. The dominant gene plus that recessive gene. Are we just doing math here? We're just doing math, right? This is just mathematics. This is not my findings. This is findings of scientists, right? The dominant gene will always outplay the recessive gene. You can get the recessive from the dominant, but you cannot get the dominant from the recessive. That is why a lot of times people in the white community, they want to only date white people. Why? Because they know that's the only way they're going to have another white child is dating white people and dating another white person, right? They date any other person, the dominant gene of that other person is going to be involved in the childbearing process. And maybe they don't want that. We're just talking math. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Every man wants a child that looks like him. There's nothing wrong with that. We just telling the truth here. She's telling lies. She's saying mixed children are not black. They are black. They just carrying. They have the dominant gene and they carrying the recessive gene with them. If they continue to have, if they have sex with another dominant gene person, that child will probably turn out to be black. At least one or two of them, right? I mean, when I say black, I mean where their traits are so outspoken visually, you could tell that they're a black child. All right. I got to clear this stuff up, man, because this girl is saying a bunch of stuff that's wrong. Sister Juana, how do you explain Serena's child looks so-called white? Okay, I will explain to you right now. Sometimes in that process of a dominant gene person having relationship with a recessive gene person, the recessive gene can have a more of an outward appearance. But if you break it down to a genotype, what's going on in the genes, you will see right away that this person they're carrying a dominant gene. Whether they look like they are or not, there was a article a few years back. Look this up, you guys. It was an article a few years back about two white people that had a black baby. Both of them were trying to figure out how this happened. But how could this happen? Because mathematically that's incorrect. How could that happen? If when I say pure, I mean Aryan person and gets with another Aryan person, the only thing they can produce is another Aryan person, right? Mathematically. Obviously, somebody was carrying a dominant gene somewhere and they passed it down. Same thing with the woman. Somebody was carrying a dominant gene somewhere and they passed it down. But whether they looked like they was carrying it or not, they didn't even look like they was carrying that gene. It's like some of our people, what they used to say, Sister Wanda, passing. You're passing, right? You look so much like a white person, you're passing. The white society would accept you in and not treat you like they were treating black people, right? So what do we call that? Passing. But some of our people can pass, right? But does that mean they're not black? Right? There was a movie, you guys can help me with this movie. There's a movie about this sister, man. Her mother had sex with this white man, I believe, and she looked white. She looked white. And all throughout while she was growing up, she would never let nobody come over her house or meet her mother or nothing. Her mother was black. And I forgot the name of the movie. Doggone it. But the point is, she was passing for white, and she didn't want nobody to meet her mother. She was embarrassed about her mother being black. But my point is that just because you have somebody who's on the outward showing the recessive gene doesn't mean they're not carrying the dominant gene in them and it won't pass it on. Imitation of life, that you're probably right, Sister Warner. You're probably right. You're probably right. That's how that situation happened. That's how that situation happened. But watch, Sister Warner. As that child grows up, you will see the dominant features start coming back into play. As they get older, the dominant features going to start taking over. You'll see that. All right. So we just got through with a bunch of lies that Cynthia G told about mixed children and children that have mixed blood. Right now, let's let her finish because she's telling us that she's looking for people to tell her a different strategy other than aborting black males because it's a safety issue for women, right? All right, let's go.
Can sit up here and they can try to lump biracial people in there just because right now their racial classification is black, but they're still not black. They're not black. And society knows they're not black. They know that.
Okay. This is what I want y'all to do. This is what I want y'all to do. Whenever somebody says something like that, she says that this person is not black. Challenge them. Say, why are they not black? What is your definition that they haven't passed that you say they're not black? What does that mean? What does that mean? Right? She's just creating her own definition, right? Hey, these children are not black. They're not. No. Even though they are they're considered black, gene wise, they're just not black. Well, how can they not be black if the genes say they're black? How can they not be considered black? Oh, because they don't pass the eye test. They don't pass the eye test. What's the eye test, Clarence? The eye test is you got to look black, which whatever that means, right? Meaning your skin have to have a certain level of melanin in it, colored, and you got to have a certain amount going on, right? You have to have a broad nose, right? How was that possible? Ah, man. Imitation of Life. Yes, Sister Wanda. Do you know why it's called the Imitation of Life? I do not, Sister Wanda. I hope you let me know. I hope you share that with me. Help you share it. I've seen that movie in probably about 30 years. Good movie. Sister OG Patrice, what's going on? Glad to see you in the building, Sister OG. I'm gonna put the link out in a little while if you got the time. Femme fatale, 2 black parents. Duh. What does that mean? Femme fatale, at least 75% black. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, femme fatale. I was talking about a lot of different stuff, so I hope you can bring me up to speed. Sister Wanda, do you understand what black is or means, Brother Clarence? It's not a race. I do understand, but everybody has a different connotation, Sister Wanda. When I say black, I'm talking about how us as a group of people that have been that have a certain genotype that have us with a certain have a certain um, susceptibility for the to not get along in peace with other people when because they try to misuse us most of the time. Most of the time. So that's what I mean. And we've all experienced, excuse me, we've all experienced that at different parts of the planet. Just because if you read that article, she's talking about how in Cuba, you know, colorism means a lot. And so a lot of us have to deal with this colorism situation. But more importantly, it goes back to the genes. It goes back to the gene type, where if you're black, there must be something wrong with you. Black is not a it's not a race. It's not a race. You're right. You're 100% about that. You're 100% about that, Sister Wanda. Absolutely. Um, a femme fatale, genetically 75% black, 2 parents who are fully black, or 1 fully black parent and 1 biracial parent. You know what? But that's the math of it. But you know, Cynthia G is out here putting out all kind of bad information. So we gotta, I gotta go against her. I gotta go against her, right? She's calling for the abortion. She's saying, hey, the only way we're gonna have a good life as a black woman is to abort the black male fetuses. That's what she's saying. And she's got support. Now, usually I don't have no problem with the divesting community. I mean, I'm just I'm just telling you my opinion. If you ever get a chance to actually see some of them cammed up, you'll be like, man, hey, we'll help you pack. You going over there? We'll help you pack. I don't think any of us, if you actually look at some of the divesting community and you actually see some of them cammed up, you'd be like, ooh, boy, hey, have at it. If they'll take you over there, hey, we'll help you pack. Go ahead and go. But now you're talking about murder, right? Now you're talking about murking people just because they're born as a male, or not even born, not even letting them get born, but just because they were conceived into, they were derived in a conception, and they were a male, and you're saying, hey, we're gonna start murking these males so that we can be live better lives. But let's do Cynthia G's math. Let's do Cynthia G's math. Let's say they do. She said later on in the broadcast that all we need is 10% of the males that's out there now, black males. All we need is 10% of those black males that's out there now, right? Okay, if that's the case, who's going to do the picking? Who's going to say you are okay? You are part of the 10% that will live. You are part of the 10% that will not live. Who does that picking? I guess they do that picking as well, right? And then they just push the rest of us into a gas chamber or whatever, right? They pull a trigger on us, boom, right? Now, what would that look like? What would that look like if only 10% of the black men that's out here now was out here, and yet all of the black women that's out here was out here. How's that going to look? Do you think that would put polyamorous lifestyle into hyperdrive? That'll put that lifestyle into hyperdrive. Now you got 10% of men, and most black men don't know how to live in just a monogamous situation, but they will be forced into polygamy. They will be forced into it. Women would have to pay a dowry just to get on. There'd be so little men out there that they would have to pay a dowry. Hey, I have this much money in the bank. I'm going to pay to you to marry me. Or the father will pay the dowry. I'm going to pay you to marry my daughter. You're a man. You're making, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. I'll pay you. They got to pay a dowry. Is that going to be good for black women? Jealousy would explode. Jealousy would explode, right? Because those 10% of black men have all the women to themselves. Jealousy would explode. The polyamorous lifestyle would explode. You think you got problems with women now? Oh my gosh. The spillover would spill over into other communities, right? So black women that aren't getting married now, and it's just too many, and black men would have to take on 5 and 6 and 7 and 10 wives. You'd have to, because there'd be so many single black women out here. The federal government would have to jump in there and say, it's okay. We're going to make an exception for you black men because there's no, for black people, because there's no women out there. I mean, there's no men out there for you, right? It would be pandemonium. It would be pandemonium. And then who would raise all these children, right? Who would raise all these girl children? Because you ain't going to let no boys get made, right? So it'd just be girl children. I think the Chinese tried to do the same thing, right? And they realized very quickly that they were making a big mistake. The Chinese back in the day, they decided, hey, we only want men children. So if they had a child that was born female, they would just kill it. They realized very quickly that that's unsustainable. Right? That's very unsustainable logic. Logic. Very unsustainable logic. Sister Wana, black abortions, either gender, is already the greatest genocide without synergy. What got your attention about her comments? Because what got my attention about her comments is she directed it specifically at black males. It's one thing, like you said. Well, first of all, I'm really not one of those people that's for abortion, but hey, you got a right to do what you want to do, but I'm really not for it. I'd rather it not be happening. But I understand sometimes, a woman needs a reset in her life, and the abortion is the get out of jail card for a lot of women. I admit that, right? You going to college, you're in your second year, you messing around with some no good Nick dude, and you end up getting pregnant by this dude. You see your only way out as murking the baby. I understand that, and that's a reset button, right? I understand that. It wasn't meant that way. It was meant to, this, Sister Wani, it was meant for us. It was meant to control our population, because Margaret Sanger saw that we were outbreeding them being white people, right? White folks, right? We were outbreeding white people, and she saw it as a way to control our population. Okay, but after she came up with it, women in World War II started using it as a reset button because their husbands were overseas and they were getting pregnant with other men's children, a la Les Brown. Go look up Les Brown's situation. The motivational speaker Les Brown. He was born in a situation like that, out of a situation like that, right? Women were having babies, getting pregnant, getting caught up while their husbands were overseas fighting. How you gonna explain a baby that you got sitting here, and this man being deployed for a year and a half, over in Germany somewhere? But women were doing it here. The men were doing it in Germany. The men were coming home with children from German, from German wives, right, or German, interactions, right? But there ain't no reset button for men. Is the re So that's what caught me about her comments, that she restricted it to just the male babies, and she connected it to it being a solution for all the riffraff and all of the problems that black women are going through as a result of black men. Her connection to that, she connected to that by saying, her premise is, if we abort black black male babies, specifically black male babies, these problems will reduce. These problems will go down. That's her premise. And I disagree with that premise. Do you, Sister Wanda, do you agree with her? Sister Wanda, I think all abortions are misguided except by rape. Agreed. I'll agree with that. If it makes you think of her statements better, there are more female children already being aborted. I don't think it's good at all. I don't think it's good at all, Sister Wanda, but that's me. I'm not trying to impose my view on anyone else, but that's me. I feel like that's not a good thing. Instead of aborting all these babies, let's slow down on all this casual sex. How about that? How about that as being an answer to this issue, right? But I don't want no babies being aborted. But unfortunately, that's out of my hands. I don't have the decision to make that. I don't have the power to make that decision on no front. Sister Wanda, female fetuses are aborted more already because females have greater survival rate. I don't know. I don't have any numbers to support that, Sister Wanda. Maybe you do. I don't have any information to support that. I know that black women abort a lot of babies. Now that I do know. That I do know. Not even black women, white women abort the most. They abort the most. Black women are right behind them. Right? But why? It's a reset button. It's the reset button for most women, right? Oh man, I got pregnant by the wrong dude. They figure out they got pregnant by the wrong dude. Okay? What do I do? Do I have this dude's baby? We're not talking about a situation where somebody got violated. So let's assume we're talking about consensual sex here, right? So she had consensual sex with somebody, and then the dude hit the jackpot. I let him run raw, and he hit the jackpot, right? If he hit the jackpot, then what am I going to do now? I'm in my third year of college. I'm about to go to law school. I'm about to go to doctorate school. Can I really be dragging a baby on my hip to law school? And I know I don't have the support to do that. No, so just hit the reset button, right? Go in, pay your little $350, $700 or whatever it is costs, and you get a new try. You get a new swing at life, right? And the baby got murked, right? It is what it is. Sister Wanda, there are more women on the planet, therefore more female fetuses are conceived. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Yes. But there's a scientific reason for that. The male sperm is huge. It's huge. It swims a lot slower than a female. Than I will say female. Let me rephrase that. Why male sperm that has Y chromosomes in there are huge. They swim a lot slower than female, or what would be considered female chromosome, which is X. X chromosome, those ones are really small. They can swim a lot faster, right? If you start them on the same start line, the male one is going to move a lot slower than the female one. So naturally, it's more female being born, right? We just talking math, right? We just talking math and science, right? Am I saying something that's not congruent with mathematics? Sister Wanda, when abortions are done, the sex is usually unknown. So why the concern about Cynthia G? Well, you know, basically, Sister Wanda, she's saying that you should find once you get to a point, because a fetus and can be you can abort a fetus up until the 5th month, if I'm not mistaken, and so therefore you can definitely find out the sex of the fetus before the 5th month. She's saying once you find out the sex of the fetus, you should be able to bombs away, right? So that's why I have an issue with her, because she's not looking at the correct problem. The correct problem is the vetting of the people and how to do that. And so what they're saying is, since we don't know how to vet properly, we can't vet these. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to go anywhere and learn how to vet people properly. Therefore, we have to push the nuclear option, which is getting rid of the black men. But if I'm doing the math for you and saying, let's say what she was successful in persuading women to do this. Polyamory would go through the roof. Polygamous relationships will go through the roof. Women will have to pay for marriages. They will have to give their own dowry, because men will be so flush. Those 10% of men that she wants to leave here will be so flush with women. I mean, I think the competition would be at such a high level that most women would be left out, and they would have to go trucking over to other races of people. I'm using the word race right now, Sister Juana. I know black isn't a race and all that, but I'm using commonly understood phrases right now. They would have to go across to other races just for companionship, and they would be subject to having to deal with any kind of setup that's over there. The Asian man could tell them, "Hey, look, this is the only way," or the white man or whoever, right? Latino, they could say, "Hey, I got 10 wives already, and I got 8 of them are black, because all of y'all black women are coming over here. So you just gonna have to get in line. As black women, you got to say, yes, sir. What's gonna be your other option?" And then the violence from the jealousy would increase. The decrease in violence from the men would be offset by the increase in violence of the women because of the jealousy. Man, I'm talking crazy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Everything I'm saying going over everybody's head, right? Oh, man. Sister Wanda, what I'm saying is, because more females are created, more females are being aborted than male. Does that make sense? Yes, but it's not on purpose. It's not specific to it. They're not looking to see that the fetus is a female and then murking it because it's a female. That's my point, Sister Wanda. They're not murking. They're just doing abortion just to get the reset. Who cares what the sex of the child was? They don't care. They're just trying to murk the baby so they can have a reset on their life. Does that make sense? See, more females are being aborted. That does make sense, because more females are being created. I did the math for you, showing you that the male sperm, the Y chromosome sperm is huge in comparison to the X chromosome sperm. So obviously it swims a lot slower than the X chromosome sperm. So there will obviously be more females being conceived than males, right? Then that leads us to the next logical step, which is, if there's going to be more females conceived, then there's going to be there's going to be a high number of baby mercs. Then they're going to have to be a lot of those mercs are going to be female children, right? Have I said anything out of pocket? Y'all ain't even gonna let me get to my y'all ain't gonna let me get to my lead topic. This is just a taste. Sister Wanda, I agree. The math matters. If you did abort black males, the problem of mating would be worse. Of course. Of course. And here's the science of it. The science of it is a black woman carries the dominant gene. So I don't care who you go and mate with, you're going to give that man the dominant gene. You're going to give his child that dominant gene. Therefore, it won't be considered a let's say you marry with a white fella, good dude, everything, nice guy, everything, right? But you can't give. See, this is why a lot of white men don't date black women. It has nothing to do with you as a person. It has nothing to do with you. The only reason why is because you cannot immortalize him in a white child. You're going to give him the dominant gene, which is the black gene, right? He knows that. That's why it has nothing to do with you. A lot of times, black women take it personal. Most white men don't date them. It's nothing personal. I don't think they have anything personal. They just want a child that looks like them. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Unless you guys can tell me something wrong with that. Anyway, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the link out because I know Sister Wanda got something to say. Sister OG Patrice got something to say. And let me put the link out here because I was trying to talk about the divesting community, but she's one of the divestors. She is a chief divester. Okay, Sister OG Patrice, how about the fact that a black woman would even say that about black male babies is asinine? It should be considered so, sis. But right? If a black man says this exactly, if we switch the roles, his channel will be gone. Poof. Poof. His channel will be gone. Right? But here it is. Here it is. You see the title for yourself. You see it. If aborting black males isn't the solution, what is? And she goes on to defend that position. Right? Yeah. You know, and then she's got help over there. And these people have black children, black boys, black black brothers and husbands and fathers, but they ride with the program, right? Sister Wanda, good morning to you.
Good morning. Peace to you, Brother Clarence. How are you?
I am good. How am I wrong, Sister Wanda? How am I off? Because you always help me to find out how I'm off. How am I off?
I don't think you're wrong. I think but see, there's only so much you can say. There's only so much that can be said in a chat, Brother Clarence.
Right.
And by the time we put in our little 2 cents on what you're talking about, you've moved on down the line. So it no longer makes sense. And so it's very difficult to pinpoint a statement that coalesces with what you're talking about at that time. Okay. You know, that's why I try to make my statements longer by including that I think, you know, abortions, I don't like using the words right and wrong, but I think abortions are misguided just for that. For that. And so my question for you has nothing to do about Cynthia G per se, has nothing to do with her political views on black men, although they're very different from my own. Yeah, because you know I'm raised by a single so-called black father, so you know where I stand.
Right.
That should go without saying. But it sounds like, and I put this in the chat, it sounds like you're more concerned with the fact that she pinpoints black males in the abortion. Yes.
Absolutely.
Or you wouldn't be having a show.
Absolutely.
But it makes, and if you're gonna make that your show, then it begs the question: why haven't you had other shows where it is a fact that more fetuses that are aborted are female fetuses? How do I know that? Because more female fetuses are conceived.
Right.
So, but my point is, you've not made any videos as of yet, being very concerned about the already existing female fetuses being aborted by these same black women Or Cynthia G, I don't know if she has children or not.
She has a
I don't
daughter.
know if she's I don't know if she's a mom or not, or has an abortion or not.
She's a daughter.
But
She has
because
a daughter.
it seems like because she's made a statement, you're a little perturbed, but you're not really perturbed at the actual fact that Black women, as of 2022, are having abortions, and most of those aborted fetuses are female. But you have no one saying anything about that, and so that's primarily what my concern is. Not so much as Cynthia G. I think she's doing what provocateurs do. There's a climate for her rhetoric. It's not mine. But I don't hate on her or anything, and I'm not saying that you are, but it does make me beg a question of you and of anyone who would pinpoint a conversation surrounding Black anything, unless it's surrounding the fact that 9 million Black fetuses are aborted every year. And now if you want to take that to another level, I already did by saying more Black female fetuses are aborted every year. So that's a larger conversation, in my humble opinion. You can disagree with that as a man. I would understand if you did push back on that because you're a man. But I have the receipts that more female fetuses are conceived and are aborted, but there's no conversation about that. But you're wanting us to have a conversation about her talking about having Black male fetuses aborted. And I just find that a little bit curious. I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying it's a little curious. I don't agree with abortion whatsoever. So that's just my 2 cents.
All right. Can I respond to you, Sister Wanda? And then we're going to let OG Patrice come in. Okay. So I would have a problem if anybody came in and said, hey, look, I'm the arts. If Kevin Samuels had a show where he said our solution to these women and their delusion is to start baby murking, Black female babies, I would have an issue with that. I think all of us would. I think it's not that I don't have an issue with them them murking 9 million fetuses and most of them being female. That's not the issue. I don't like it at all either. I'm really not an abortion person myself. But what can you do? I mean, it's up to a woman. She should have the right to do what she wants to do with her body. Whether I feel it's right or wrong, that's irrelevant. That's the way I look at it. So me, who never carried a fetus or never carried a child, I don't think I'll have the right to tell somebody, hey, this is what you should do. Or, I don't know how that person is feeling or whatever, if it's making them sick or whatever, right? So the question is not, I don't have a problem with it just being Black fetuses. I have a problem with her saying that is the issue. That is the solution to this problem. You follow? It's not the fact that I wouldn't want any of these babies to get murked up, but the fact that she's connecting this, we only going to murk the males so that we can have a better society. You see, that's where I have the issue at. Those two things being connected.
Did she make a declarative statement or did she ask a question? I went and looked at the page and I listened to about 30 minutes of her in that particular post.
No,
she continues to ask a question. She doesn't make any declarative statements she doesn't say this is the solution to abort Black male babies.
She does.
She asked a question. She asked a question and then she asked for solutions.
Right. So she does it in reverse. So she doesn't say, this is my statement and I'm sticking to my statement. What she says is, do you have a better solution than what is stated on the video? She never makes a declarative statement. She does it in reverse. She is very slick. This ain't her first time at the rodeo. Okay. She's very slick at what she does. So she never says, I am calling for this. She knows that will get her thrown off. So what she does is, like you said, she asked the question, what is a better alternative solution than this?
So I think you just answered your question because she did not. The reason why she's not thrown off by YouTube or whatever is because she does not call for the abortion of black male babies.
But I'm saying, even if let's say Kevin Samuels did the exact same thing she's doing right this second, where he never making a definitive statement, poof, his channel will be gone.
Kevin Samuels,
video.
Kevin Samuels, and I'm a huge supporter of his. Now I diverse from him a little bit when he gets into religion because I can tell that he's not holding on to the faith. But be that as it may, he's a social commentator. So with majority of what he says, I agree with. With that said, Kevin Samuel never makes any declarative statements either, but he supposes a world without women. He supposes, what if men just stop having sex with women altogether? He supposes that
Yeah, but that's a whole different.
to his listeners. Now he doesn't give an examples of how to, stay away from women or whatever. But he does suppose this. So again, like Cynthia G, Kevin Samuels is a provocateur. This is how he makes his money. So of course he's going to put things in a way that's going to challenge the audience. It's going to challenge the listener, so that he gets views and clicks and conversation. And that's what we want. That's what you're doing. That's why I'm here with you right now, is because you're engaged in a conversation that needs to be had. But I don't think anyone, if you were to corner any one of these people, since both of them have children, if they think abortion is the way to go, because obviously they do not. Obviously they believe in, obviously both of them have had at least one child and they believe in life. But being a provocateur means that you ask questions that provoke. Right. So that's what I think is going on. I don't think there's a real call for any one gender to be genocided. I think she's being provocative. I think it worked. And I wish you continued success on this whole conversation, Brother Clarence.
All right, thank you. And sis, I just want to make the distinction. Anytime somebody's going to make a call to action, that's the difference. Okay, so she didn't make the direct call to action. She made an indirect call to action, right? Kevin Samuels never made no call to action as far as, well, let's take this course of action to resolve this issue, which is what she is doing. And you listen to it over there, you'll see that she's saying, she doesn't come out directly and say those words. She just defends the position and blows anybody out of the water that has a different alternative solution to it. But that's just me. But let's get OG Patrice.
One could, hold on, before we get to OG Patrice, one could argue though, Brother Clarence, that the fact that more female fetuses are already being aborted in America right now is already an indirect declaration. It's something that we just accept. And there's not a cry at all. There's not any outrage at all about it. So, but I hear what you're saying.
But it's women that's doing that though, Sister Wanda.
Exactly. All the more reason why this might not be as provocative as a conversation as it may be leading us to believe, because these same women who might even consider that are already out aborting more female fetuses than they could ever abort male fetuses. So it's kind of a weird conversation to begin with, because it's the women who control it, right? And the women are already aborting more female fetuses. So to come back and just try to be provocative and say, well, what if we, aborted male fetuses? What about that? That's something that's kind of interesting, but without regarding the fact that that's not happening, is my point. That's not happening. That's not happening at all. And the fact that just supposing that it could be reversed and more men were aborted is bringing the conversation to bear is a little nefarious in my humble opinion. But that's just my opinion. And this is what makes the conversation interesting.
Okay, so I'm going to say this. If we had somebody who was suggesting that was an actual course of action, then that I think a lot of people would look at it differently. Where this lady is suggesting that this is a course of action.
I think again, she's not looking at it as a course of action. She's asking for solutions. I don't agree
Not
with her for
genuinely.
even.
Not
I don't
genuinely.
agree. I don't agree with her market at all. But I just wanted to clarify. She's not making any declarative statements at all. She's making provocative questions, and again, it's working because we're talking about it. So, salute to her and salute to you both. Are you there? Bro Clarence, are you there?
I got muted. I'm sorry, guys. My mic got muted. My mic got muted.
Okay, I didn't hear anything you said in the last 30 seconds. So
Yeah. All right. I was asking for OG Patrice to come up, and Rico, get your butt up here. Knowledge and
Hey,
relationships.
Rocans, can you hear me?
Relationships. Thank you. Shout out knowledge and relations. Thank you, brother M3. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I didn't know I was muted. Okay, so here we are. OG Patrice, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please
Okay.
go ahead and tell us what you think about what we've been discussing so far.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is definitely interesting conversation. I think that because the very subject of this came up regarding the black male, the black babies, the black boys, fetuses. That's the issue at hand, right? I work with on a pro life uh, platform with Angela Stanton King, who's very pro life. That's going to Congress fighting against the very things. I'm actually a moderator on her platform, and that's all we advocate for. So in general, and that means the pro life period of black babies, male and female. But because this is a specific subject that Cynthia G is talking about, and she's talking about it from a specific angle of saying, is this going to be the solution for black women, not having issues with black male? That is where I have the problem. Like her angle and her reasoning for what she said and how she's saying it and how she's coming across in her narrative is the problem for me. Now, if she'd have said it about black females, I'd have had the same energy. Okay, because I'm for it, period. But because the angle is on black male babies, I think right now that's where the angle should stay. It's almost like when when men talk about women, then women flip the script and talk about men. So let's stay. I would prefer, in my stance, to stay with the subject at hand, because she is the one that got on her platform and said what she said. So now you have the fact that a black woman is saying that this is the solution, or possibly the solution to the black women's problem, is a problem in and of itself. And it's asinine to even say that. We know that black women have the control over their own body to make that decision. But in the second trimester, the sex of the child can definitely be known. And if you listen to narratives long enough and someone study saying things over and over and over again, you're going to start to believe that. And I said that on some other platform. It's like if you continue to listen to certain rhetoric and have a mindset of this rhetoric, you'll start to believe it. Just as a lot of times, and even in our childhoods, the toxicity that some of the parents do to the children, saying they ain't ish, calling them stupid, dumb, all these different things. You listen to that long enough in your whole life, you'll start to believe that to be true about yourself until you discover something new or you find out something new. Now, I know specifically why her angle is the way it is because of her experience with the black man. Um, I don't think that she's a woman that wants to divest herself for herself. I think that she wants a black man again, but I think she spools a rhetoric to black women to say, if you do, I understand why, and here's why, because black women have so many problems with black men from her angle. Now, her scenario is this: she had a black man, they lived together, they had a child together, and he's a content creator. They had a bad relationship. He ended up kicking her out. They broke up, and she became her narrative changed after that whole scenario. So that her angle is based off of her anger towards the black man or black men that has done her wrong in her life. So she feels that all of these black men fit a narrative for all men, and they don't. So for her as a black woman to even say, or either suggest in a charismatic way, directly or indirectly, is asinine to the black community for her to say and target specifically a group of a gender of men that she already know is short in our community. There's a shortage of black men already per black woman. And that in and of itself, if women start to take on this narrative and say, well, this is what I'll do. So if I get pregnant and I find out in the second trimester that it's a boy, I'm definitely going to get rid of it because I already know my son, my child is going to be a detriment to the black community, to the black woman. How crazy is that, right? Like how asinine if all of her listeners, which she has almost 100, I think over 80 some thousand listeners, and most of them are female. How in the world would that end up for us as a black community if women actually listened to that and actually did that if they became pregnant? That right there in and of itself is problematic. Just to even, and I know that's her platform and I know her angle and I know she's very problematic, but this is the problem that we have with a lot of content creators, right? That get on their platforms and feel that they have the right to spew such rhetoric and venom, to the communities, and they know that we're very vulnerable. They know that we are longing and looking for something, and people are hurting and they're mentally unbalanced. Like, we know that this is going on in our black community. So the dangers of people like the Cynthia G's of the world, they get on platforms and do this, is a detriment to us. And that in and of itself is the problem, in my humble opinion.
Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Sister Juana. I know you always got that little pushback. I appreciate that because we need that. We can't just be sitting here saying, well, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. So I appreciate that. Brother Rico.
Hey, Brother Clarence, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, brother.
Okay. But I apologize for not camming up this Saturday afternoon. I'm still getting over this COVID.
Hey, man, no problem, brother. No problem. Man, you always welcome, man. As long as we can tell it's really you.
Yeah, it's really me.
I'm
I'd say about 80% back. I was down bad for a couple of days.
Oh,
are you feeling better? I just feel better, brother.
Yeah, I actually am. I mean, them first 3 days, it's no joke. I don't wish this on nobody.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're feeling better. That's all I wanted to say to you. Go ahead and do your thing.
Yeah, but I just wanted to pop in. I saw you guys were on. I knew it was a good conversation, and I saw you were going to talk about it. It's hard to have anything good to say about this young lady because I mean, it's kind of disappointing because I don't think that the woman is wholly unintelligent, but
right.
that's what kind of makes it, to make a statement like that. And I mean, it's crazy. And what's crazy is, like, I'm pro-choice, but I would never in a million years. I don't think you could just say something so cavalierly like that just to want to abort black male babies. I mean, that just disgusted me beyond all measure. It just did, and I'll start from the position that I thank God that she's in an extreme minority chain of thought. You have to be. But unfortunately, there are people out there that think like that. But no way do I think she's just trying to take this shock jock value to a level that's just ridiculous. And I mean, it's distasteful in every way. And for anybody to sit there, I don't know how all her subscribers, I could enjoy all your content, but the moment you the moment you jump the shark and say something like that, that's it. It's sort of like, I've always been pushing back on content creators that they are responsible for what they say.
Right.
You just can't keep saying you can say whatever you want and you have zero responsibility. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. So it's like, it's like, why even say something like that when that's not going to happen anyway? It's like, why even propose something so ridiculous? I wish we all had wings and could fly to the sun. Well, it ain't going to happen. So why are you even talking about that? It's a terrible narrative to even introduce into polite or impolite conversation. I could hate you and wouldn't bring that into the conversation. We could be ready to go to war, and people generally just wouldn't say things like that because it's just nonsense. And I don't think she deserves an audience. I don't believe in censorship, but when people make statements like that, I do believe everybody shouldn't have a voice. And it's because of things like this. When people just say things ridiculously insane like it's like, no, everybody, I don't believe I'm going to be the censor. I have no interest in censoring people, but I do not believe everybody should have a voice, and I do not believe all voices are equal when people say things like, and she said some other really controversial things before. She's went after all kinds of celebrities that are in interracial relationships, which I'm in one, and I'm like, I don't take it personal, but I'm like, she don't know what the fuck she's talking about. But she still spews a whole lot of negative rhetoric. She will make statements on ethnicities that I'm like, you have no knowledge of what you're talking about. She'll be telling you about what Asian people like. You're not Asian. You probably don't have any Asian friends. So it's just you just regurgitating a bunch of stereotypes about people that you have no personal experience or no professional experience, or not enough, because if you did, you wouldn't be talking the way that you're talking, because you would know that it's just garbage what you're saying. But she says it in a way, she speaks from that position of authority bias, and unfortunately what she's doing is she's speaking to people who already have a preconceived disposition. People who are already mad at black males. That's who she's speaking to. And that's what's crazy. Is she's not speaking to any, rational, level-headed person. She's speaking to people that are already mad at black males, and they'll go, see what Cynthia G says? And it's just, she doesn't deserve a voice or a platform for that, unfortunately. And then she's supposed to be a black woman. And it's like, I'm like, so I guess she maybe her daddy, should have been whatever she suggested. Or so she wouldn't be. I'm assuming she got a black daddy. I don't know. She looked mixed race. I mean, she does.
I'm pretty sure she does.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure she does.
So that's just my 2 cents on it. But it's just sad when you hear stuff like that, and it evokes a strong reaction in you.
Okay, so I don't know how long you've been listening to us, Rico, but we've been doing the math for a while, so we definitely been able to do the math and see that would never work. But for her to suggest it, it seems a little sinister to me. So that's why I'm making a comment that I'm making. But hold on, y'all, it gets better. It gets better. Let me play y'all a little bit more of this thing, and then let me let we can talk about it.
To the table.
Yeah, no, they want to be kept women. That's what black men want to be. They want to be kept women. I don't even think they want to be men anymore.
No, they don't. It's too hard for them to be men. Again, this is why they come with instruction manuals just to get along with them.
Yep. They don't want to be men. And that's why they don't want to be like, they literally don't want to be in the male role. They want to be in the female role because they think that you have it better. They think you have it easier. Let me put the phone number up here so I can see who wants to call in and tell me what the solution is. Like, look, I don't know everything. Tell me what the solution is if this isn't it. Since I'm so illogical, tell me what the solution is.
Nothing
and
that
if the
she's
solution is
saying.
birth control, it's the same thing.
It's literally the same
It's
thing.
the same thing. You know, like, seriously.
Yep. Vetting is going to be the same thing. Opening up your options is going to be the same thing.
Okay. All right, you guys. Tell me how vetting and finding a good person to procreate with is going to be the same option as murking all male babies. Let's go around the room. Sister Wana, how is that the same?
Thank you, Brother Clarence. And Rico, I'm so grateful for your rapid recovery. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. God bless you and God keep you through the rest of this healing process. I appreciate that you're here. So the question is about vetting. How is vetting a part of the solution that to the so-called problem?
They said that vetting is the same. You're going to get the same results as murking just the male babies. You're going to get the same result.
Isn't that what most of the manosphere gentlemen propose, that women should vet better, choose better? Vetting is the same thing as choosing.
Correct.
Aren't they all saying that women should choose better? And
Correct.
So if they're saying that women should choose vet better, then I would propose that's a way better, I hate the word solution, but that's a way better direction, in my humble opinion, than abortion, whether it's male or female. And I have to put the onus on myself first. Throughout my life, I didn't vet well. I didn't choose well. And so I can chalk that on up to me as my personal accountability and responsibility. But yeah, you're asking, how is that an option? That is an option. That I would choose that option than abortion. I would rather women chose that option rather than abortion. Again,
I'm
the
saying,
conversation.
no, Sister Wanda. They said it's the same. They're saying aborting, murking male babies is this. You're gonna get the same results as vetting better. And I disagree. Like you, I disagree. But how do you agree with that? And that's basically all I was asking. Like, did you agree with that?
Well, I agree that female should take personal responsibility, and that's what she is saying in this instance about that situation. She's taken abortion off the table when she proposes this particular responsibility of vetting. She's saying, because if we vetted better, if we chose better, it would be the same as an abortion without having to kill. Because see, abortion is ending of a life, whereas if you vet better,
that's the point.
I'm not. I guess what I'm saying. If you're forcing it to be a agree situation, which I don't think is a fair situation, because that's not how she's proposing it. She's proposing it as saying, let's take abortion. If we took abortion off the table, vetting would have the equal outcome, and I would prefer the vetting over an abortion, because see, if a woman truly vetted the man, and if the man truly vetted the woman, no one will be getting pregnant, because we'd be like, I don't think this is the right person to procreate with, therefore that child would not be conceived. Thank you. So that's what she means in that instance. It's not about whether I agree or not agree. It's about, if I had to choose between an abortion and vetting the person better, I would choose to vet the person better. And as far as the other things that Rico and OG Patrice were saying, I agree with Rico and a lot of his statements. I just wanted to make it clear that these are opinions. And when we say, you know, it's sad that someone can have an opinion, that's an opinion. And to OG Patrice, when you say, you know, it's sad when we sit on these panels and espouse these certain things, that's America, you know, and it's okay for it to be sad that we talk about these things. Or a person you guys need to understand that just because we're not talking about it doesn't mean the conversation isn't being had in private. So I would rather we discuss it on these panels. I would rather we continue to have these panels where we can discuss these different viewpoints. And again, my viewpoint is not for the abortion, singling out male black babies. My issue is the fact that we're not even having a discussion until it was about black male babies. Right now, black female babies are already being outnumbered and pointed out for abortion. So that was my pushback, not a pushback that Cynthia G has a right, although she does, or Cynthia G is insensitive, although she is. Those are my pushback points. I don't have any pushback about that because, again, she's a provocateur, as you are, Brother Clarence. If you weren't being provocative, then you wouldn't have us on your panel right now. So we have to be provocative. That's to answer what Rico was saying. That's the reason why, when you say you don't know why people would say such things, it is to be provocative. And the other reason is because it sells. You know, talking about black female fetuses doesn't get attention. Talking about targeting black male fetuses does.
I think if we were talking about targeting females fetuses, I think that would get some attention as well. I don't think it's. I think it's just we just got introduced to it as targeting of the male fetuses. If it was a targeted situation where we've heard that black female fetuses were being targeted, I think that would also have people up in arms about that as well. It's the targeting, and then it's the connecting that to the reasoning to say that because I don't know how to vet people properly, what we need to do is just target these male fetuses and let's drop the temper. If you watch it, the rest of that video, she says all we need is 10% of the males that's out there now. That's all we need. And so her math is way off. Because if you have 10%, only 10%, there's not enough men out there now. If we dropped it down 90% of what's actually out there now, my God, we would have pandemonium out here. The violence that you are getting on the male side would be transferred over to the female side just off the jealousy. Let alone, I mean, because it wouldn't be enough males to go around, and women would have to pay dowries out to get. I mean, it would just be a pandemonium situation if we followed her math. So that's why I say it's disingenuous. All of it's disingenuous. Now I understand what you're saying, Sister Wanda. It's just for clicks and views. I get that. But there are some people that's going to say, you know what? If some little girls or some women out there that's going to say, you know what? That makes sense to me. This makes sense to me. And those are the people that we're talking about that actually get caught up in stuff like that. They get caught up in rhetoric like that. And then next thing you know, they make life-changing decisions based on that kind of rhetoric. And so that's I think where most of us are having a pushback for her at, because she never qualified it by saying, you know what, this is just my opinion. If you heard her, Sister Wanda, I didn't. She didn't say, this is just my opinion. I don't really believe this. I'm just asking the question. She never qualified it like that, in my opinion. And I watched about 2 hours of it. Okay.
Clarence.
All right, so we're gonna move on to Sister Patrice. Sister Patrice, the question
Yes,
is
sir.
the question on the floor is Merkin babies gonna get black women the same result as just vetting better, according to Sister.
No,
According
I
to
don't.
Sister
No, I
G.
don't. I don't agree with
Right.
that, and I'm just gonna leave that where it is. Now, when I said it's sad that we have people with platforms that spew this type of thing, that is my opinion.
Okay.
And when I say that, it's because, like you just said, bro, Clarence, I think about the younger, black women that may be coming on her platform that's in that very position, that is
Right.
confused, that don't know what to do, that is in a situation where she's probably pregnant by a black man that she's having issues with. And and to be, and to hear that type of rhetoric can lean her towards that if she is naive and gullible, if she's very weak minded. And there's a lot of our people out there like us that are like that, right?
Right.
And we can be the only ones majority of the time to sit there and say these things about our own people. But let that happen in somebody else's community. They're gonna protect them. They're gonna protect them. They're not gonna tolerate it. You're not gonna go in certain communities and talk and spew this kind of stuff. You're gonna get the masses against you
Right.
from their community. So, like I said, I am a part of Angela Stanton King, who specifically is fighting for pro life. She's going all the way to Congress and fighting a bunch of women that's talking about this very subject on her YouTube page. So the fact that it's being talked about on both spectrums is the truth. It's not just being only talked about just because we're specifically now talking about black boys, but this is the subject specifically right now, black boys. But it is being discussed on other platforms. Angela Stanton King specifically talks about this the abortion issue on her platform, and that covers black boys and black girls. So it is being talked about on both sides of the spectrum. You just have to know where to go to get it. you
Right.
know and I, like I said, I know that it's going on because I'm actually a moderator on her channel, and I support her pro-life choices, and that covers black boys and black girls. But this specific subject targets a specific gender of our race right now, so that is the subject. So for her to take her angle from her own experience and other women's experience that were bad with black men that they chose, that's only a small percentage. But what you're trying to do is to, is to spread this rhetoric pretty much across the board when you have 80 some thousand listeners that's going to tell other people, that's going to tell other people, that's going to tell other people. And that's how the rhetoric gets spreaded. And what if you have a bunch of confused, naive and gullible young black men and women that are going on these platforms that are listening to these things?
All right, y'all. Hey, that was my concern,
So
and
that's the problem for me. In general, that's the problem. And this is the thing, and I would like to do, that I'm trying to do. When we're talking about a specific subject, I'm trying to stay on that specific subject myself, because I don't want to flip the script and say, well, what about the black babies? Because we know that that's a thing too. The black females, we know it's a thing in general in our community. And
I get.
even with the gender wars, that's all you hear is the black men this, black women that, black men this, black women that. So if we can stick to the subject, maybe we can find a solution for that specific subject that we're covering. And right now, for me, I have an issue as a black woman who birthed a black son, who has black brothers, a black father, and this specific situation and subject is talking about them right now, the deletion of their gender right now. And we know that there's a shortage of black men as it is already. And like you said, bro, Clarence, all this other rhetoric can come about if women really listen to this and continue to go down and say, well, if that's my situation, that's how I'm going to handle it. How are we going to end up as a community and as a people if black women are aborting once they find out they pregnant with black male babies and they all decide to have abortions? That's a problem. I digress.
Nah, you good, sis. You good, sis. So, but it's good discussion to have and to see how how things turn out. Rico, we're gonna have to get to the 2-minute rule, y'all. I mean 3-minute rule, y'all, because we got so many people on the panel. So Rico, do you think that having vetting properly is the same as I got you, Patrice? Let me bring you back up. Do you think vetting is the same as baby merkin? Do you think vetting is the same, going to get them the same result? Black women?
Absolutely not. And it's clear to me from listening to her, she knows not what she's talking about. Vetting is in no way the ending of life. That's just vetting
Right.
an already live person to decide if that's someone whom you choose to reproduce with. That's it.
Right.
It has absolutely nothing. I'm like, how do you even put the two together? They have one has nothing to do with the other. If you even followed her twisted, convoluted logic, it
Right.
makes no sense. She takes the situation to make it even worse, because if she's talking about reducing the Black male reproduced population by 90% down to 10%,
Right.
we don't know what that 10% would be.
Right.
We don't know if that 10% would be the most intellectually gifted or the least intellectually gifted. She just says 10%. So she doesn't even propose the best of the 10%. As Darwin's law speaks to, the strongest, the fittest. So she's not even proposing it, because in some situations you see where species try to do that. They try to call their reproduction to the best to reproduce with. She's not even proposing that. So just 100% of females and 10% of, heaven forbid, if these are males who have all sorts of deficiencies or defects or whatever the case may be, that's what she's leaving for the population. So I'm like, it's nonsense on every level. I don't know. I don't even know. Again, I'm up for, she is a provocateur, as Sister Wanda said. That is her brand.
Right.
That's her brand. However, you can be provocative without being ridiculous. She offers, you can be provocative and say, okay, so how about this? What about this? But she sounds like, oh, okay, we're talking about, I don't even know what was the conversation that she was having that made her come up with that solution. The conversation could have been like, okay, black male and Black female relationships, and she come up with shit. And I'm like, that just has absolutely nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. When she went with that, yeah, that's provocative, but it makes no sense. And that's where I get off on how some people, I just wish, I don't propose it, I'm not for no committee. I just wish either people were a little bit more thoughtful with what they said before they said it, or they would just shut up and keep it in their head. Because I'll admit, I sometimes have some crazy ideas, but I think about it and I'm like, that's best kept left in my head. And I just do. I mean, they don't make them like that no more, but there's a lot of things in this generation today, and they're going to have to live with it, but it makes the world a lot more messy when you have anybody and everybody with a microphone saying anything and everything. That's how we got to where we got with this young lady today. I think she's a little bit smarter than that, but she's maybe a little too smart by half. And she said something really stupid that's not going to go away. She might as well consign herself to being on YouTube almost for life, because I don't see any future corporate career with this out there in the ether. Good luck.
Brother Rico,
Yes.
can I point out to you that Sister OG Patrice already said that Black people are weak-minded? So if Sister OG Patrice is correct, and your fears seem to validate that Black people are weak-minded, then actually she's a genius for what she's espousing over the internet to the world. Because the weak-minded, like Anton Daniel says, when he says the Black culture, the Black community this black thing that we think is going on is trash. So if that's true, then I can see the danger. If you already agree that so-called black people are so stupid, if you already believe that the culture is so weak-minded, if you already believe that the culture is trash, then yes, I can see her rhetoric as being I don't like using, hyperbolic words such as dangerous, but it can be problematic if these same weak-minded people listening to her, who are mostly women, and scripture teaches that women are the weaker vessel. So if she's speaking to the weaker vessel anyway, who OG Patrice proclaims as weak-minded anyway, then I can see the issue. But I don't think that so-called black people are weak-minded. I think that so-called black people, if there was a community, I think that they are misguided, and all they have to do to redirect is to read. There are statistics. There are patterns that are categorized within the Department of Justice, within the Department of Health, within the Department of Education, that will give you the research that's done about these types of things. But because of our audience, as OG Patrice says, is weak-minded, and as a lot of people think is trash culture anyway, this could be an issue. But the majority of the so-called people who classify themselves as black, they recognize this for what it is. She's a content creator who is tapped into a certain niche market, a certain demographic of misguided people, and they're all out there on all different kinds of fears, of all different kinds of background, misguided people, and she's marketing off of that. Now we can have a discussion of whether that should be going on, but Brother Clarence asked the question very poignantly. He said, "Is vetting the same outcome as abortions?" Now, if you're talking about factually, no, I agree, it's not. But that's not the point that Sister G was pointing out. She was saying, if we took abortions off the table and we just kept our legs closed and chose better, the result, the outcome, not the necessarily if vetting and a killing is equated. No, that wasn't the question. Like you said, Rico, that's an asinine question. We're talking about the results, and if there's less fetuses being conceived, then there would be less of the killing, and I don't see how anybody could disagree with that. If you don't conceive, then you cannot kill, you cannot abort the child. So she's saying, what if? She's constantly asking questions. She hasn't made any declarative statements.
That's a statement she made. That's a statement.
She made the statement, and may I please respond, because I think the only one
I would like to
this
see the
panel.
receipts. I would like to see the receipts on there, but continue, Sister OG Patrice.
Right, let's
Yeah,
hold on. Before we even do that, let's watch it again. Let's watch it again. Okay, let's watch what she says.
Hearing black men talk about black women wearing weave and blonde hair is an indication of them wanting to be white women. So are we going to ignore all these black men with skinny jeans and blonde hair in their head? Are they not trying to be white men?
Exactly. Can we really talk about it?
They're
wearing contact lenses again. I didn't think people were doing that. They're wearing gray and blue contact lenses. They're coloring their hair blonde. They're wearing skinny jeans, wedding dresses, pom-poms, kitten heels. They're advocating for relationships with men. Like,
they want to be white men.
Yeah.
Badly.
And if anything, when it comes to black women, they want you to be their husband.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think they want you to be their husband or their roommate, because most of these men are asking these women to help pay bills. What does it look? Men are asking women what they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, no, they want to be kept women. That's what black men want to be. They want to be kept women. I don't even think they want to be men anymore.
No, they don't. It's too hard for them to be men. Again, this is why they come with instruction manuals just to get along with them.
Yep. They don't want to be men. And that's why they don't want to be like, they literally don't want to be in the male role. They want to be in the female role because they think that you have it better. They think you have it easier. Let me put the phone number up here so I can see who wants to call in and tell me what the solution is. Like, look, I don't know everything. Tell me what the solution is if this isn't it. Since I'm so illogical, tell me what the solution is.
And if the solution is birth control, it's the same thing.
It's literally the same thing.
The same thing. You know, like, seriously.
Yep. Vetting is going to be the same thing.
Okay. Did you hear her say that, Sister Wanda?
Okay.
I heard her. I heard her and the other sister proposing that the result to the problem, if there is a problem, I'm not agreeing that there is a problem. I want to make that clear. I'm not agreeing that there is a problem, but on her perspective, the solution, possible solution to a problem is not only was she asked about abortions, but it was birth control and it was vetting better. And I agree, those two other solutions are way better than abortion. What is the problem? And where is the declarative statement that she says aborting male black babies are the answer? She asked a question, and yes, it's a tasteless question. I agree with Rico. I agree with OG Patrice. But we don't get to America wasn't built on me, OG Patrice, and Rico and Brother Clarence deciding who gets to say what they want to say. That's not what America's built on. We just get to say it, just like OG Patrice said. It's our opinions. These are our opinions. It's my opinion that was a tasteless statement, question to ask, but it wasn't a statement. It was a question.
Well, Sister Wanda, I hate to disappoint you. You heard her clearly make that statement. She said that vetting would be the same outcome as what she was talking about. So
the same, yes, the same result, the same outcome. What is the issue? What is she's saying if you vet better, if you kept your legs closed, if you chose properly, you would have less pregnancies. Therefore, the ending would be the same.
I'm just, you asked me for a receipt. I gave you a receipt, but I gotta move on.
But that wasn't a receipt. That wasn't a receipt. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay, Sister Wanda. Sister Patrice, you want to respond, and then Jay.
Yeah, because on that particular video right there, it says if aborting black males isn't the solution, what is? Then she definitely had to ask the question or make the statement prior to her even, because if you look, it says if aborting black men isn't the solution, then what is? She had to make the comment or something to that effect prior to even this video, which she actually did, because I actually saw it. Okay. And also, when I'm sitting on a panel and I'm speaking as a people or about our people, Sister Wanda, I am not talking about all of our people. And I want to make that clear, because it seems to be like you're pushing a narrative that because I said some of us are weak-minded. They are weak-minded people. They are troubled people. They are mentally ill people in our community. It absolutely is. And I worry about those type of people that sit on, that can go to platforms like hers when they're not well, and they can fall into the trap of listening to her rhetoric and make a decision, on their life that can be to the detriment of them. So when I say things as a generalization, I'm not saying all of our people. I mean some. Maybe I need to make that clear, but I think everybody else pretty much understood that I didn't mean all of our people are weak. All of our people are mentally ill. All of our people are this, but a lot of our people are. And a prime example of that is people that are on panels that have platforms that do exactly what she's doing, that do exactly what some of the other content creators are doing. And again, I understand that there's freedom of speech, but there is accountability for things you say, because people are getting platforms taken. They're getting charges brought up on them. They're getting canceled. So we do have to be careful what we say just because we can say it. If I said everything I thought, you know, like for real. And when I speak as for my people as a collective, I'm not speaking of everybody. Everything, every narrative, every shoe don't fit everybody. So I just want to be clear that I do understand now why Jen has that big sign that says some, not all, because people generally think when you make a statement, you're talking about all people, and that is not the case. So I just want to be clear about that.
All right. Thank you, Sister Patrice. Brother Jay, you've been waiting in the rings, man. What do you think, man? Good morning to you, first of all, but what do you think, man, about what we've been talking about, man? I don't know how long you've been here, but have you kind of been paying attention to what's been going on? You're muted. You're muted, brother.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. But well, first of all, I've been here in the last 30 minutes, and I heard what Patrice has said. Shout out to her. And I hear her point, and I hear my man Enrico's. I hear his opinion too, and I know what you're saying. So, first of all, this whole situation is freaking crazy. Number one, the fact that I have to say this right now, no one just something would have had to happen to this person to literally even bring up this question. Because to me, no one just says that as like an adult statement. It's very similar to say like it's very similar in the likes of like if someone says even Obama doesn't care about us. That's like a blank statement to make. But with this is something. It seems very radical in a sense. Because why would you say aborting black male babies the answer to picking black men? Like that to me is a conundrum of what the hell is going through your mind. I have to not trying to hold a bit of my language, but that sounds freaking ridiculous to me. But this is gonna be, I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to have a steady mind right now about this. So, trying to give a good answer. But all I can give is my perspective on it. I think there are problems in our community. I get this. I get that problem, especially when it comes to like certain people. I get that. But I think this comes from one person being massively traumatized or hurt to come up with something like this. Because like I said, to me, something can't come from nothing. Nothing comes from pure non-existence. So for you to make like a statement like that, like it's telling me that do you harbor hatred? Are you what is the reason for this? Do you want to find an answer to this or something like that?
No, they don't.
No, clearly, no. Yeah, I know. Clearly, it can't be an answer. I mean, I said it like that for a reason. There's no way you're trying to find an answer to this or anything. This is to me. You're saying it to get a reaction out of folks, right. Or you're trying to jump on the bandwagon of your sisters to back you up. And I'm like, right. My mama would probably slap you if she heard you say that. Probably eradicate you for you saying that about people, about black men, particularly her father or like her husband. She'll probably kill you if you said that to her. So the fact that you're like literally shitting on like aborting black male babies is just freaking disgusting to me. This is sick. Well, why of all things, why would you say that when you know it's going to not only piss off? I'll say that you're going to piss off a lot of black men. I'm going to tell you that right now. Not simply the ladies, but you're going to piss off a lot of black men saying some stuff like this. And that we would treat you like, well, not as you're not really one of us, you're not with us. I guess how the whole community will see that. Because this is a really bad thing for you to come out and just say like that. That like we're never gonna take anything you say seriously. We're never gonna have a conversation with you. Most likely, your life is probably gonna end up effed over from what you just said. And like what OG Patricia said a few minutes ago, you have to recognize your words have power. I actually talked to my friend off the phone earlier before I got on your stream, and we had something similar to this about like, quote unquote feminists that say certain things that they can just get away with and not have no consequence to it. There's consequences to us if we do something. There's consequences for anything. And you have to realize your words have meaning. They hold some power in some regards, but you owe it to the people to try to articulate what you're trying to tell us. But also you have to be respectful in that manner if you're going to say it. Even though I've said you will not thought police me on my thoughts, because I can't stand nobody trying to put chains on me in my brain. You're not gonna restrain my brain that was given to me through birth of my mother and my father. You're not gonna do that to me. No system is gonna do that to me. But the difference is, I know how to articulate my words in such a way, Brother Clarence, that I know not to be disrespectful.
All right.
And add something to the conversation. But that's all I gotta say. I think she's wilding.
I
And
appreciate
she needs
that.
Jesus. Jesus in
Man.
therapy.
I knew one of y'all was gonna say she needs Jesus. One of y'all was gonna bring that up. All right, so
It needs to be said.
I'm surprised the Christians didn't say it. Let them, because they're the ones, they need to help their sister.
Yes.
Well,
Yes, ma'am.
I am a Christian. I am a Christian, and let me reiterate, like I said to Brother Clarence, and he already knows this. I was raised by a so-called black man, a single black man. So of course I don't have any ill will towards black men. I speak with my father every single day. I'm 52 years old. He's 74, and I speak to him every day.
good for you.
So the love is there, and he raised this Christian black woman. So with that being said, I try to respond to things by not reacting emotionally, and that's what he taught me. And so when you hear someone like me on a panel, and it seems like I'm pushing back, what I'm pushing back is against being offended by what other people say, what other people think, or sometimes what they do. Now, sometimes what they do can affect us, but particularly how other people think and what they say on public airways. As far as I know, the only illegality about freedom of speech is they put a boundary around screaming fire in a crowded room or a crowded theater. But beyond that, we are licensed to say and to think as human beings, as Americans, as our right. And I have to uphold that right, number one. And then the rest of it, I follow what Christ said. He says, none of these things affect me. None of these things move me, exactly is what he said. None of these things move me. Meaning the world that we're seeing around us, you have to take it with a certain grain of salt. If you continue to be riled up over every Cynthia G or every Kevin Samuels or whomever the provocateur is, you're going to constantly be emotionally triggered. And when you're emotionally triggered, you're not thinking clearly. And that's my point.
Okay.
All right.
So,
All right.
Brother
go ahead.
Clarence, and I respond because see
I think
see the other side of that coin is Jesus also was offended. Jesus also was emotional when he went into the house and turned over them tables. So I don't want to talk. I don't want to start to talk about that other side of that.
That's the only time. So we get one time.
I did not interrupt you, sis. Hold on. Listen, let me make this point. There is always two sides to the coin, is what I'm saying. So when we have to look at one side while we're judging that side, we also have to look at the other side and judge that side. Because there is a such thing of being angry. It's okay. It's a such thing as being offended. It's a such thing as being emotional. All those are real things. It's a such thing as being triggered. If it wasn't, people wouldn't get triggered. So these are real things, absolutely. But how you execute them, how you handle them, that's not for somebody else to judge. If I say something offend me and I come at it this way because it offended me. And I don't have to listen to it, subscribe to it, be on a platform with it, or whatever. I can digress from that. I can unsubscribe from that. But the same way you spoke about that side of Christ, speak about the other side too, because there's two sides to the coin. And we can't just look at one side and say that's the side and the only side. That's all I'm saying.
Can I jump in for a second? I just
Go
want
ahead,
to point
brother.
out one thing. I'll take it out of the realm of Christianity. we are still responsible legally for the things that we say. It's greater than just yelling fire in a crowded theater. There's a recent case. I mean, there's been several recent cases where people have spoken to their loved ones and encouraged them to commit suicide. They committed suicide, and that person's now going to jail. So you can. It's not enough to say, yes, we have freedom of speech in America, but you also have responsibility that goes with that speech. So if your words influence someone in a manner to commit an act of harm to others, you can and will be held liable. Ask Alex Jones, who's getting sued out of his ass because he's sitting there making jokes about them kids that got killed in Sandy Hook. There are numerous instances you just can, and that's specifically speaking to social media. InfoWars is going out of business. Breitbart, all those right wings who just sit there and talking about this is false and all this false vax stuff, you get in trouble for it. You can't get away with it, because if people listen to you and cause harm to themselves or others, you can be legally held liable and responsibility, even up to the point of criminally. So I get she's being a provocateur for provocateur's sake, but everybody people misunderstand this freedom of speech theory to believe that it's freedom to say whatever the hell I want, anytime I want, no matter what. And that's not what it is. Your freedom of speech comes with responsible limitations. And if you want to push the envelope, accept the consequences on the other side. I have zero. If they sit there and completely cancel Cynthia G, I'd be happy. And I would say karma. She deserves it. Karma is undefeated.
Facts.
But check this out, bro, Rico. I bet she won't go in no other community and say that about no other race of black boys. Other race of boys, male species. I bet she won't do that.
Right. They know, and that's also a very important point, Sister Patrice. They tend to know that they can, and it seems to only be in the black community where you see stuff like this, to this level of degradation occur by our own people. And I'm like, I just don't get why. I had a conversation earlier with a gentleman, and he was telling me about how a gentleman came in our panel always talking about black people bringing up slavery all the time. And I'm like, it's that when we talk about COINTELPRO, they always get someone who looked like us to speak against us. That's the COINTELPRO. Because you don't hear other communities dismissing their past tragedies, or like you say, speaking of their community in this way of, aborting all the Hispanic children, you would never hear that. You would never hear that by a person of that ethnicity. But we're so cavalier about it, and then to sit there and try to couch it in freedom of speech, that is complete disingenuousness. Well, freedom of speech, we know what freedom of speech is. Just say, you're here, you're the ops, or you just don't care. Don't act, because you got freedom of speech to speak out against other communities, but you're not. So that same freedom of speech that she can say that she can abort black boys, she can say that she can abort. Why don't we abort little white boys and little Asian boys? But she won't. She got that same freedom of speech, and let's not act like they don't have toxic males in their community too, because they do.
That part.
The same level of toxic males that we have in our community, they exist in every other community. But she's not proposing to abort them. It's plenty of toxic white males, but no one's proposing to abort them because you know that you would get canceled. So it's just she full of shit.
Thank you, Rico. Thank you,
Rico. How about instead of she's full of S?
No, she's full of shit. I'm not cleaning it up. She said something that egregious, and I get what Sister Juana said, that you don't want to be offended by everything, but if someone is purposely trying to say something so offensive, the proper response is to be offended by it. It's not like you were offended because she just said, good morning, or she screamed at you, or she raised her tone. She said something that egregious and that offensive. Her intent was to be offensive. So
and the fact that you're not, the fact that you're not as a race of people is questionable, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
The fact that,
Well,
like, because are you a protector? Are you a supporter and protector of your community, of your race of people? Like, are you a spoken person that cares and loves your culture and your people? Because what she says, I beg to differ, with where she's coming from. I think like she don't even love herself as a Black woman. To even
It's exactly what
it's almost as if you're asking Sister OG Patrice, is if I don't agree with every word that comes out of your mouth, do I not care about my people or my culture? I don't think that's what you mean. So I want to give you an opportunity of clarifying that, please.
I'm talking about Cynthia G. And anyone that says that they love themselves as a Black man or woman, I said, in my humble opinion, if they care about their culture and love their culture and love their fellow Black man and Black woman, and I know a lot of us got issues, I said to not be offended by that statement, to me, would be an issue for me, in my humble opinion.
So I am not offended by her. I don't agree with her, but no, I'm not offended. See, we in the so-called Black community, Brother Clarence, we get terms interchanged a lot. My being offended and my agreeing or disagreeing are three different things. I can sit here on this panel with you and everyone else and not be offended and disagree with her points. But no, I'm not offended. So when Sister OG Patrice says that, she has an issue with someone who's not offended by what they're hearing, by this person who we don't know personally. Sister OG may know her personally. I don't know her personally, who has no repercussions on my life whatsoever. And tell me, because I don't agree to be offended, that I'm not a part of this so-called Black community. That's the kind of thing that keeps people from coming together, in my humble opinion.
Okay, I don't think she said that.
I did not say that. Oh my God. I don't know what you're hearing, Sister Joanna, but I didn't say that.
Did you not just say that anyone who doesn't have an issue, who is not offended, that you question that person who care about their Black community?
She did say that.
I said that, but I didn't say that you. What did you say? I think you just said that. I said that you're not a part of the community, and I didn't say that.
Yes,
no, listen very carefully, sister. This is what you said. Listen very carefully, everyone.
I admitted that I said everything you just said except for the last part. And if you're not offended, then you're not offended. I can accept you're saying you're not offended. I shouldn't put that onus on every Black person. You are 100%.
Thank you. God bless you for that, because I do care. That's like me saying I don't care.
I believe that you do. I believe that you do.
That's like saying I don't care about my own Black father, or my own Black mother, and my own Black grandmother, and my aunties, and
I believe that you do, Sister Joanna. I believe that you do. I was just correcting the last part, and I corrected myself.
I just choose to not be in it. Now, when I see some movement in the culture, like what Hitler did, because Brother Rico is right. Words do matter. Absolutely. And if I've given anyone that, idea that I think, it doesn't matter, sticks and stones don't hurt my bones. But when it gets to be like Hitler level, and you see movement of people voting a certain way for certain things, of this nature, then I would be concerned about rhetoric. But all this Black man, white man, gender, manosphere stuff, none of these things move me, Sister OG Patrice, because I believe that the so-called Black community is very intelligent. Yes, there are some people, there's always going to be a tier of people you know, as far as intelligence, as far as wealth, as far as productiveness. But as far as the whole, I don't think black people are weak minded at all, and I think they see this for what it is. That's why the majority of the people on that sister's platform are women. Majority of women do not even agree. No, definitely majority of men don't agree. She's got a small niche, you know, and we just have to accept that there are people out here who think and feel differently and who voice their opinions differently. But that doesn't mean that they're not of us. What we call ourselves may be differently, but we're, you know, it doesn't mean that, you know, it's something that we should be in our emotions about. And to the brother Jay who spoke earlier, I can tell that he's very emotional. He can barely speak. Now, when a black man gets so emotional over something that a black woman says, that's my concern, not what she's talking about. My concern is the effect. You know, if it's making a black man so much that he can't even gather his words, then yes, we need to have a discussion because he needs to be told that you shouldn't be listening to her. She should have no effect on you,
So,
young Jay.
so Sister Yawanya, you saying only because
Wait a
Jay
minute.
got up here and it was emotional as a black man, that's when you're concerned now.
Wait.
Is that what
I'm saying that I could hear in his voice that he could not even find the words to express themselves because he was so emotional.
Okay.
Whereas because I'm less emotional, then I can get on here and I can just speak freely. But he couldn't barely speak because he was so emotional over her words. That cannot be.
Can I ask a question though, Sister
Okay,
Wanda?
wait. Rick, I'm gonna let you talk, man, but I want Jay to be able to respond to what Sister Wanda said because she made definitive statements about him. So I want him to be able to respond to that. Brother Jay, you have anything you want to respond to what Sister Wanda was talking about?
Oh, gladly. I mean, first, let me say this. Sister Wanda, yes, what she said did irk me, but I went to the point where I was like super freaking mad. What I'm saying, the idea of what she said disgusts me because that is first of all, for me to like just be okay what she said blatantly, it doesn't drive with me. There are going to be things that you don't agree with certain people, but also if something is so egregious and disgusting and revolting that I can't like articulate my words because of like the grotesqueness of it, yes, that is on me because I let her get to me like that. But also that is also her fault because of the disgustingness of her words, her key phrasing of it, everything of what she's trying to put out. That has nothing to do with me being angry about it. It's me literally responding to it to the way that the message, the way it was received. That's how it was received, like for me anyway. But when it comes to me being in my emotion and thing like that, I rarely ever get into it. I'm able to articulate my words thoroughly if I'm having a conversation with someone. Whether, like I said, whether it's about something very small or something really big, I can do that. But whenever I hear radical things like this, I do tend, I'll admit to that. I do tend to get in myself a little bit. I'll admit to that. That's fine. Because there are days there are off days that I have that I don't articulate my words very well, and I actually apologize to my whole panelists if I seem a little off. So you're not wrong, but you're kind of not right too, because this just happened to be one of the times I don't know if I've ever talked to you before, but it just happened to be one of the times that you seem to catch me slipping a little bit. I'm not
Well, it's not.
right
I'm not trying to catch anyone out. That is not my purpose here on earth. I know God did not put me here on earth to be judgmental or to catch people out. He actually gave us emotions. There is nothing wrong with that. I have emotions, but because I was raised by a certain type of man, I just, for me, when I see nasty things, the best way is to deal with that is to turn away from that. Is to turn away from the nasty things and only think of the good things. And so when I hear things about so-called black people being this way or that way, saying that they're trash or saying that they're weak-minded or saying that anything negative. I choose to go the other direction about anyone or about anything. And emotions are great. We wouldn't rise out of bed every morning without an emotion to get out there and fulfill a purpose. So God bless you on your clarity, Brother Jay, and explaining yourself. I completely understand. And let me say this again. If someone were to say, what if we aborted all black female fetuses? I can understand that would have an emotional response within me. I may not get out in public and espouse that. I may have a dialogue about it though, but I would not denigrate anyone for proposing such an idiotic situation. But this is just, how I carry myself. And so if I've offended anyone, there's no, please accept my apology because there is no offense intended. I do love so-called black people tremendously. I just don't want us to get in a vacuum of hurt and emotion around someone who is so inconsequential.
And so I'll let Rico go, bro. I just want to tell her, listen, there's nothing wrong with that. I didn't take any offense to what you said. I was going to respond to you regardless of anything, and I know you're not trying to attack I know you're not trying to attack me with purpose. You're not trying to attack me at all. You're just calling out what you see, and it's good that you can pay attention like that because I do the same thing to other people. The only difference is, at least when I'm, like I said, whenever the conversation gets a little heated or tough, like I do say some things so we can try to get back on track because people get in their feelings a little too much and stuff gets off the rails and nobody can concentrate and do things correctly. That's facts when it comes to anything. That's why I know what to tell my friends when we're having a discussion or kind of like what we're having here. We kind of we got to get out of our emotions and actually just discuss the topic at hand because this conversation can head to a whole bunch of different topics that we don't want to talk about, except the one that needs to be had. So
I appreciate you saying that.
And Jay, I just want to say too. Sorry. I just want to say. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to say I appreciate you even being able to express your emotions right now because I understand this is a very fresh thing that is happening right now. So if you're dealing with it in a sense of emotions, it's rightly so. And you should have time to sort that emotion out, right? Like however you need to do that, is getting it out, saying what you need to say, taking a chill pill, stepping back, refresh, revamp, recharge, and then coming back with a different mindset and approach. It's okay. But because it's fresh now, I think that it's okay sometimes to be in our emotions sometimes. And it's okay for some people to say, okay, I see emotional about it. The thing about it is, I think we need to respect and appreciate people for where they are in that moment. And then when they can move past the moment, because, Bro Clance and I just sit on a platform with Darrell telling him what he's going through right now and saying, you and your emotions don't make no rash decisions right now because I know you feeling a way, but we respect the fact that we let him have his emotions while he's having them. But at the same time, we're telling him, okay, take a chill pill, revamp, recharge, refresh, rethink this, and then come back and address it again. It's okay to say that, and it's okay to feel what you feel. Emotions are a real thing. I don't get why when we're in that moment, sometimes we need to let it happen while it's happening. And it's okay to see it happening because we're human beings. We're not machines. I think when we don't address the fact that we are emotional and bring it to the attention and bring it to the table and allow it to play out, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice too, because you can't continue just follow up emotions and then you'll be like a tick, tick, boom. It'll be like a time explode because you done subsided and subdued all your emotions inside, because that's what they tell Black men. And I'm sick of that narrative being pushed out there that, no, don't show your emotions. You're a Black man, be strong, hold it in, don't do that. Like, y'all been told that. And you all And when it happens, you all can be like a tick, tick, boom. And anybody could be like a tick, tick, boom, because they steady being saying, oh, you're in your emotions. You're so emotional. Let people get it out. And then say, okay, you got that out. Now recharge, revamp, refresh, rethink, and come back with a different approach.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I really appreciate what you say, OG Patrice. That means a lot coming from you, sister. Because we have been told that since we were since within the community where they're like, oh, he could just take it, you know, just keep poking at him, just keep poking at him. What was that?
Oh, that was me on my end. Sorry about that, y'all.
Oh, okay. But like, yeah, we've been getting told that, you know, just take it in, you're a man, just whatever. And if I do emote, it's going to be away from my significant other, so they never have to see me like that, because if I do that in front of her, then it'll happen in front of our kids. I don't have any kids right now, but that's just a hypothetical I would give you, because I am not going to let that be a driving force of a relationship, or let that be a detriment to what I'm trying to do. So yes, I mean, like I said, both OG and Sister Warner are right. In a sense, both of y'all are right. I think y'all both on the same side, really. It just coming from different angles, but it all means the same thing to me. So yes, I do emote sometimes, but it's very rarely do I ever get angry now. It's just one of those days where it's like, it'll be something so horrific where, all right, I'd be like, okay, don't get upset. Just relax and take a deep breath, like what she said.
Yeah.
I do want Brother Rican to go, so I'm good, Brother Clint.
Yeah. We want to get Rican. We want to get Rican in the building. He's been waiting for a while. Rick, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had a couple of questions I wanted to ask Sister Juana. The first question was, and I noticed you were kind of correct. Brother Jay seemed a little bit excited, but I'm not half as excitable about the statement as I am, to be quite honest with you. I just probably because I'm still coming over the sickness, didn't scream and curse as much as I wanted to about it. Because, I mean, that's how I feel about it. You know, I think it was a very trash statement to have been made, full stop. You know, and when I think about the statement being made, I think about my black sons, my black brothers. You know, so when I know, you know, she wasn't speaking to anybody specifically, but when you hear that statement like that, and you have black male relatives, you have to couch it in that statement that person is saying, almost in effect, she almost wished that they weren't here. And if you're a black male, to include yourself, because all of us would have been in that 90%, according to her math. You know, so the first thing that comes to my mind is like, well, fuck you, you know, and I do, like Sister Patrice, is I wonder how anybody in our community couldn't take offense to it. Such an offensive statement. I understand that you say that you're the exception. I get that. But I wonder, like, such an offensive statement, and we shouldn't get offended by everything, but certain things do cross the line. And that statement clearly crossed the line. So it's not like we got offended because she just said, you know, black people won't read as well.
All right, y'all. We have went around the block about Cynthia G.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to my actual lead topic.
Oh, go. Jeez.
And my lead topic is, well, my first question is, here's my first question. What is a night rider? Does any of y'all know what a night rider is?
I thought that was like from the Klan.
No? Let me play y'all what a night rider is. Let me show you guys what a night rider is.
Hey, yeah, man. Please show me.
I mean, hey, bro, if you want to date a bunch of Shaniquas, go for it, man. LaQuisha. Yeah, like me and Fresh aren't really down with the brown like that. Man. We ain't night riders.
Nah,
so
bro, I'm good.
You know, sometimes if they're, you know, red bone, but like in general, me and Fresh don't dabble in the dark, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay. Fresh.
Okay. Does everybody have a better understanding now?
Yeah, that's not the right definition of it, but I saw this.
Okay. Starting from Sister Juana, what is your impression of their thank you, Sister Don. I tried to get them. I tried to get those bots out of here. What is your impression of what these two guys feel a night rider is? Or what
from my limited knowledge,
Sister Juana, you're muted.
Well, it says I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
Sister Juana, you muted.
No, I can hear. We can hear
me?
Brother Clarence.
Yeah, I can
It
hear
says
you.
I'm,
How come you can't?
Tawana, you
it
are
says
muted.
I'm not muted.
Yeah, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you.
No. Sister
Brother
Tawana, we
Rico,
hear.
you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh
I
man,
can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
hear you.
really
Something
wanna
wrong
hear
on
your
his side.
response to this situation, but I'm gonna have to move on.
Something wrong. Can you hear me,
Got
bro,
you here?
Clarence?
Okay, maybe I'm the one that can't hear her
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
he's the one that can't hear.
for whatever reason.
I'm gonna mute myself, guys, and see if he can move on to you all
Me.
since he
Okay.
can't hear me.
Let her continue talking, then I'll figure out what's going on my end.
I think he can't hear none of us now.
This
Can you hear, bro?
Can you?
I
Can
can
you
hear
hear
Bro,
us?
Clarence?
I can hear OG, Patrice, and
I can't
Rico.
hear Sister Patrice
Jay.
either. I see her talking, but I can't hear her.
Yeah, Rico,
Jay.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Let's
Oh,
see.
see,
Everybody
yeah,
get
it's
his turn.
yeah, it's something on his end, guys. Put it in the back chat
Yeah.
because
I'm trying to
Yeah,
work it
I
can't
out.
hear
told him.
any of
Trying to work
us.
it out.
Yeah, I told
Use
him.
my equipment.
Maybe them headphones. He got some new
All right.
headphones, maybe.
Y'all just keep on talking. Yeah, Radio Shack and Mr. I was struggling.
Well, to answer his questions, for those
let's
who
see
can
what I
hear the
got
sound of my voice,
got switched out here.
his question
hear
is,
you.
what do I think about Fresh and Fit's
Speakers.
description of a night rider or night walker?
Oh,
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because I think they mean that they don't deal with so-called black people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me see.
But to equate darkness or black people with night is synonymous.
Nothing.
So it's kind of a, but see, people need to understand that neither the gentleman Fresh or Fit, one of them is from Saudi Arabia. His family is from Saudi Arabia.
What
I
is
think
the issue?
Sudan.
And the other gentleman is from the Bahamas or Trinidad or somewhere
Barbados.
like that.
Yeah.
So their culture is not the so-called American black culture. I don't even like to hear I don't like to hear the N word at all, but I particularly don't like hearing it
I'm trying to figure it out.
out of Fit's mouth. He's from Saudi Arabia, and some a large population of Saudi Arabians or Arabs, people in that area of the planet, do not like dark-skinned so-called Africans whatsoever. So I don't even like it when Fit uses the N-word as if he's a part of the group. And then the other guy,
talk while give me a minute.
The other guy, Fresh, I really don't have respect for the platform at all. But I will say to this, if the conversation is about different races dating one another, it's kind of a erroneous conversation, in my humble opinion, because I know we use this a lot. Sister OG Patrice, I know you talk about black people, white people, Asian. I know this, but I have to put my foot down and say to you all that race does not exist in nature. This is a social construct. There is no such thing as a black person or a white person. So I have no qualms about any of these different groups or cultural background people getting together. I do have a little bit of an issue of people trying to put one or the other down or elevating one over the other. Um, um, Historically, white people have put themselves up over so-called black people, and during our time, in my generation, I was raised with a lot of black power, which is putting so-called black people or over white people. I don't like these type of things. God doesn't make these types of distinctions, so I feel uncomfortable with that. And so that's all I really have to say about the Fresh and Fit matter, is that I don't think they really understand the culture, and so their words aren't really matching up. I'd like to hear what you all have to say, Rico and OG Patrice and Jay.
Okay,
Brother Rico, you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. I think you
Y'all go
almost
next.
summed it up perfectly, because to be honest with you, it wasn't about people interracial dating. It was about supposedly racial preferences, but they ended up just showing their ass to be full-blown racist, and it's almost even self-hating racist, which it just defies the logic, because it wasn't even a question that anyone cared about. I think they first of all, they brought up, I think what had kicked it off was they brought up this new dating app called the Black app, I think. and I don't even know what it was. And then they just decided to go in with a bunch of disrespectful jokes about Black women, just based off of someone asking them what did they think about this new dating app called the Black app. And then all of a sudden, first thing they did, they come up with the name Shaquisha, Loquisha. We know what they're getting at with that. Then they started going with, we don't dabble in the dark. I'm not down with the brown. I'm not no Night Rider unless it's a red bone. And they just went on with a whole bunch of pejorative things specifically about Black women. There were further episodes where Fresh went out and said, you know, he told one Black girl there, you're not like the other ones, because, you know, the other Black girls are usually ratchet and ghetto. You know, so what was so disrespectful is you're painting an entire group of women as a certain thing that's, which I always tell people, I'm like, look, no one's dismissing that we have certain elements of that in our community, but they are a percentage that I would argue constantly, maybe 20% at best. I don't think nowhere near the majority of Black women behave in that way. I'm like, we have pockets of poverty where they celebrate certain things, but I'd say it's probably 10%. But then it blends over. Sometimes you'll have middle school girls that'll act a little wild because they're showing out, you know, oh, she's raised well, but they just do because of the social media, the TikTok generation and all this crap, but they don't behave like that normally. So we get that, but they want to paint all our Black women that way, completely ignoring all the super hyper intelligent, smart, politically engaged and so forth. And they buy
Thank you for that.
Right. And then what's the biggest problem is they profit off of our community, at the same time disparaging our community. So they're the worst. And this is not the first time these a-holes got called out for this behavior. But they
audio is gone, man. I mean, I can't hear what's happening here. So I'm still trying to work that out. Y'all go ahead and keep talking as long as you can. I'm trying to work it out. I might have to just end the broadcast. Okay. I'm still looking for it.
All right, but that's all I'm gonna say in case we have to go out. I'll let OG treat, but that's the gist of it, and that was the biggest problem. So I'm not sure how Clarence was trying to frame it, but that's what I gathered out of it. I just think their ass is complete trash. Go ahead, OG.
I absolutely 100% agree with you, Rico. I'm like Joanna in this instance. I don't know very little about them, but what I do know about them is that they are a purely detriment to the YouTube streets, to any community that they serve, whether it be their own, you know, or any other. It sounds very colorist to me, and it sounds very biased and very prejudiced to me for them to make the statements about Black women that they make on their platforms. And like you said, the biggest problem for me is that the people that they benefit off of and that follow them are our people. Because I think Joanna said both of them come from a different ethnicity. Is that correct? If I heard right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. Yeah. So from both of their perspectives, you know, they're benefiting off of, you know, their followers, subscribers, their Patreon, the people that pay them for their quote unquote consultations on how to get certain women. Yeah. See that right there. That right there is a problem for me, you know, because they want to be quote unquote Black until it's time not to be quote unquote Black when it comes to dating, but they ain't gonna turn no money down. You know what I'm saying? So for me, yeah, it's absolutely asinine. It's I don't even know what to say about it, except for I definitely would not subscribe to them. Again, they are a detriment to their own race or ethnicity of people as well as ours. And it's so unfortunate that that a lot of, you know, us buy into their rhetoric. And that's the dangerous part for me. And that's the part that, you know, because you like, again, I worry about the younger ones that are coming in, that are lost, that are seeking something, you know, and then they go on a fresh and fit. You know what I mean? And they're not in the right frame of mind. Not all, some. They're not in the right frame of mind, and they're searching and looking for something, because that's what our people do for the most part. We always
real quick before we get this video started strong.
Yeah. So And I'm done though, but that I worry about that. So for me, it's a problem. But go ahead.
So brother, I touch up on what what Brother Rico said. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Our brothers and sisters sometimes be out of line sometimes, but at the same time, I do not think any lesser of my people. I think we are smart, intelligent. But with these two clowns, they're asking to get punched in the face from a lot of people. And what OG Patrice said, literally, when they like down their own, not their own people, but like down the community, literally, especially Haitians down there, trust me, the karma, like Rico said, will be coming to them shortly. But every time anytime they have literally in their show, they kick like people out, and it's predominantly since like as of this year and half of last year, it was all black women. Normally it's because they're acting up and nonsense like that. But at the same time, they'll get the two there that actually are intelligent, and then I'm hearing myself out. I guess that's Brother Clarence. But Brother Clarence, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you guys.
Okay.
Yay!
Yeah. Thank you. We got to close the stream down. Okay, cool.
We held you down though. We kept going, bro, Clarence. We held you down.
And you better ask us what we talked about. You better ask us what we talked about.
I love that.
Hey, I knew y'all hope I had the right crew up here. I knew I had it. I guess I had
they all good.
Mm-hmm. So where we at, y'all?
Let Jay finish.
Oh yeah. It was just on me now because everybody went. I'm just the last one. I told them I would all go last. But like I said, the ratio, they're profiting off of us more often than not, and they're trying to misguide young men who are literally following them. But these clowns literally have no damn character, pretty much, because that was my biggest thing with them. They have no character. I don't care about. First of all, you could be rich like Kevin Samuels, but if you have no freaking character, I do not give a damn to listen to your words, because you are just you're a bunch of ass clowns just doing a bunch of nonsense and just not being respectful towards other people. And the difference is it's going to come back to bite you in the ass real good at one point. So keep insulting, like I said, keep insulting the black people or pretty much the community, and see if your ass don't get lynched. Like, seriously, because this isn't a game. This is people's livelihoods we talking about right now. And most of our males, they don't have much guidance because of what's going on in the community and everything of not having their fathers. So whenever I hear, well, first of all, anytime I hear them speak, I'd be like, I never want to hear Myron's mouth again, because if I actually did meet, I'll probably punch him, because he got to stop talking. And
not only that,
and Fresh is his puppet. If you don't pay attention in some of those shows, that man barely speaks. And it's really happens. But go ahead.
All right, we got Mr. Rucker in the house, y'all. We got Mr. Rucker in the house.
No, I'm just
Is that Mr. Prenup Rucker? Mr. Prenup Rucker?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Mr. Rucker.
What's up, Mr. Rucker?
I've been enjoying the conversation, but need some common sense happening right now.
Okay, let us know.
Give us some common sense.
What's going on, Mr. Rucker?
Please.
Some common sense happening right now. Yeah, I think everybody has their point of view. Yeah, let me get my audio here. Yeah, I think everybody. Okay, can everybody hear me now?
I'm hearing an echo. Does somebody have it on in the background on their YouTube? They need to shut the YouTube down and just only do the StreamYard. So yeah.
Okay, this should be better. Okay. All right. I hope everybody understands what they did was on purpose. I know they believe Fresh and Fit, and that's what I'm talking about today. They believe what they believe, but they use those choice of words to get the conversation going, and it worked. It's a bait trap. So that's how they really feel and everything. But I mean, can we understand that too? That it's not like they just made it up. It's not like it's in the air. So I hope people can understand that too. It's not like, well, They just picked a particular race and a particular set of people and just said these are the stereotypes. Have we not heard something like that before in the past? I'm not saying it's right, but it's not like they just pull it out their ass or anything. I'm just saying, like, we got to recognize reality.
Anybody who's followed them for at least a year knows that this ain't nothing new. They've always said that. So I don't know why it's been such a big issue. But the thing I do want to ask a question to everybody on the panel is there anything wrong with somebody having a personal preference about their dating preferences? Is there anything wrong? Like, what's over the line, or is anything over the line?
No, you
Like,
can
Okay. Let me go first. Let me go first, bro, Clarence, and lead it off.
Okay, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. I say I only want to date like Fresh and Fit. I only want to date light-skinned black women. If the woman is not light-skinned, I cannot date her, and that's it. Is that wrong?
No.
Can I go, Brother Clarence?
Yes, please. We go around the room. First, Sister Wanda, then we go around the room. Well,
okay, I want to use your words because I don't want my words misconstrued.
Okay, you got.
Is it okay? Okay, is it okay to say I just want to date a white woman or a light-skinned woman? That's the question, right?
That's correct.
Of course it's okay. Of course it's okay. This is a part of the pushback I'm always espousing on these panels. That is not the I guess the normal culture. I guess it almost makes me feel like I'm not in the right culture because I do feel that you should be able to choose whomever you want. There's certain types of people I do not want. Now, that may not always have to do with a person's pigmentation, but we all have, I'm just going to keep it towards me. I'm not going to talk about all of us because I don't know all of us, but I have my preferences and I have a right to those preferences. Would I go out and espouse those on a public airways? That's a conversation to be had. Now, if espousing those over public airways would grant me an income that's free of causing a riot or free of harming anyone of their livelihood or stealing or doing anything nefarious of that nature, sure. But, I don't think anybody really cares about my particular preferences. For whatever reasons, people care about Fresh and Fit's preferences or anyone else's preferences. I think people are a lot better when they mind their own business about what other people do that do not harm them. As far as the so-called Black community, there's only a small percentage of the so-called Black community who dates out anyway. It's just a good conversation piece, as Brother Rucker just stated. It's provocative. It's clickbait. It's clickbait. But of course, you should be able to choose whomever you feel a connection with, and your preference should speak to that. And I don't think there's anything wrong. See, you might be getting caught up with that word, Brother Clarence, using the word wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If you're talking about building a so-called pure Black community, then that probably would be an issue. But there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, what I mean when I say wrong is the collective wrong, right? The collective wrong, like would most of the Black people feel that was wrong, in your opinion? That's what I mean.
Most black people do probably think it's wrong, but I disagree with them, and that's why I get attacked on panels like these. Why do so-called Black people? Why would they probably disagree? It's because they are steeped in slavery and victimhood and them versus and us versus them, and they did this to us. this, that, and the other, and we have to be on the same side. Although mathematically, as 12% to 14% of the country, it's a lose-lose either way. So I don't know why anybody would take a feeling of them against us analogy anyway. Something that you can't win, that's unwinnable. But on a human level, on a spiritual level, and maybe that's not for this panel. Somebody's probably going to tell me that. But God doesn't see these type of things that we see. These things that we see, we created to make a difference among one another. So to answer your question, would other Black people think it's wrong? Probably so, because most Black people think that they are being oppressed right now. And the last thing that they can think of is to mate with their oppressor.
All right, thank you, sis. Brother Rico. If I say
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to, Sister Dawn Frank is in the chat, and she is Caucasian. And I say, you know what? Because our experience I had with Sister Dawn was so great, the sisters are done with me. I'm done. Is that good or is that bad? Or is it or what is that?
So say that again.
Okay. I'm dating Sister Dawn.
Oh, okay.
Sister Dawn is a Caucasian lady. I'm dating her. I had such a phenomenal experience with her that I decide I am not going to date the sisterhood no more. I'm going to try and find somebody like Sister Dawn, skin color and all. That's going to be that's going to let me know that I'm in the right place just by the skin color. Is that right or wrong?
That's stupid. That's stupid. I mean, it's again, when we first of all, let me speak on a couple of things. One, I don't think Black people care when people date out. I just think that's just a myth.
Most of us don't.
What happens is now people, like, I'm in an interracial marriage. People close to me initially felt a certain kind of way, the same with her family. But the broader Black community didn't give a fuck about who I was with, because they didn't matter. So I'm like, so when people say, oh, I'm like, no, that might be, when even my son, I'm like, look, you need to worry about your grandmama and your aunties and them, and the rest of them, it don't even matter, because it ain't none of their business, and ain't nobody checking for you like that anyway. So get that out your head. But your personal family, the same way they'll have that same attitude. Like, they may not even think, if you with a Black girl, is she good enough for you? They always gonna have something to say, and a different ethnicity just gives them a little bit more shit to talk. But outside of your immediate family, ain't nobody checking like that or really care. So the other part, when we go back to the fresh and fit thing, the issue is, I think Black women justifiably are sick and tired of feeling disrespected, because nobody asked Fresh and Fit what they felt about Black women.
No, they did. Some of them did.
No. The specific question was when they started making those comments. If you watch from the beginning of it, they asked him about a dating app called Black App, and he just went straight in with all of, we not down with the brown, we don't dabble in the dark. That was off of a question about, what do you know about this dating app called Black? And I was like, who the fuck asked y'all about dating Black women? So that's the offense that Black women are taking. It's like, you ain't gotta like us, but what are you disrespecting us for? So, for example, if I didn't like dating Asian women and someone asked me about them, I could just say that's just not my thing. I don't have to go into talking about how they look, dress, and all that other kind of stuff. It's the disrespect that's the issue. If that's not what they want, ain't no sisters checking for them. But they gotta stop going out of their way, as they say, and that's a valid critique. Dudes gotta stop going out of their way, crapping on sisters. If that's not who you checking for, that ain't who you checking for. If you only like red bones, what are you talking about dark-skinned chicks for? That just keep their name out your mouth, because they ain't got, that's not what you looking for. That's the problem. And these dudes just, for whatever reason, people just think they got a free reign to shit on Black people, and it's particularly dark-skinned Black people. That's where they go ham on, and that's got to stop. And that's a fact.
All right. Thank you, brother Rico. We're gonna move on to Jay Takashi. What's going on, Jay Takashi? What do you feel? I'm dating Sister Dawn. She jumped on a panel, right? I had such a great time with her. I just say, forget it. I'm not dating nobody else but white ladies. That's it. Is that good? Am I allowed to have that? Am I allowed to have that kind of preference? Is there something wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with your preference. I would say you're kind of okay. This is maybe just me. You're entitled to whatever preference you want, whatever you like. I've dated outside my race multiple times, and I love all women of all colors. I'm not. Well, here's the thing. I'm not race loyal to one. I think all of them are beautiful and they're all right, and they have their perks, nonetheless. Okay. But you are entitled to your preference, no matter how little or how small it is. It doesn't matter. If it's what you want to do, that's fine. But what you don't do, and I think the three ladies on here can understand this when I say this, you don't downplay or crap on the other group of women of your color. That's what you don't do. You don't do that because that's seen as you being a. I'm trying to not say it be profoundly, but being a punk ass bitch. Sorry, I had to say it. You know, because to me, you're making it sound like, oh, they're so much better than our sisters. They do blah blah blah. Like, no, don't do that. Just keep it to you. First of all, don't downplay the other one. If you're happy with what you got, like what Brother Rico said, then don't worry about that. Just worry about like what you have. Be glad you have it and go about your merry day. The same would apply to me. If I have a preference, like I said, any woman, it won't matter to me. I had this since I was young. So first of all, I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna say I'm just gonna date one or two different preferences. That don't make no sense to me because that's me not exploring other women of different ethnicities and also seeing what they're like. Because I feel like I'm putting a freaking cap. I'm putting a cap on myself. Like it's only this, and then that's it. Like you're obscuring potential partners, people you could be compatible with. So when you say something like that, you're putting a limiter on yourself, and I don't think that's very good because I think you're going to self-destruct, brother. When I say that, but if that's what you want to do, just know that's probably what's going to happen to you. So there's nothing wrong with that. Just don't downplay your significant other race of ladies, and then like that, and you're all good. Even though the myth is like, oh, black men or whatever, I don't care for that. I ignore that wholeheartedly because I know they really don't mean that. And if they really do mean that, then they need some psychological help. But other than that, sir, you're entitled to whatever you want.
Clarence, can I ask you a question? What if the question was flipped and a black woman had asked Myron, or said to him, I don't deal with camel humpers or saying N-word. You know what I'm saying? Because that's now, what if they had said that? No, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real.
I'm gonna let you ask that question. I'm gonna let you ask that question, Rick. Let me go around the room with this question.
Yep.
Okay. Sister Patrice, you still in the building?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Sister Patrice, I'm going out with Sister Dawn, who you see on the screen right there. Beautiful white lady. I decide, hey, I'm going to go out with her. And then I come to the conclusion, hey, I had such a great experience with her. I don't dabble in the dark, as they say, right? Am I allowed to have that preference? Am I wrong for having that preference?
You allowed to have your preference. I think that the mindset is a little narrow when it comes to. For me, it's about if you choose to date someone outside your race to the detriment of your own race, right? Like you're making an excuse of the fact that you've had a bad experience with your own race of women. So that's the reason why you're dating a whole nother race of women. And I'm gonna just use myself because my fight for me with my people is when I talk about the white race of people, I talk about white supremacy because I have white people in my family. I have biracial grandchildren. So I'm gonna just speak about my scenario because I agree with Rico. I had this issue in my own family when they know that I fight for ADOS and they know that I fight for certain things. But then they say to me, a woman who has dated outside her race,
Right.
okay, I have dated Caucasian, I have dated Native American, I've dated Indian, I've dated Cuban. So I'm not a racist. I don't, in that way, I don't discriminate. What I fight in fighting ADOS is fighting, and what I fight for my people is fighting white supremacy. So when I had the issue of, well, why are you doing that? And you say you for Black people, okay, so I can't be for my people and still date who I choose to date, whoever I happen to be attracted to, that's attracted to me
Exactly.
at the time.
Exactly.
So that's not the issue for me. So, and I had an interview with a guy that has an interracial dating site on YouTube. And when I interviewed with him about my experience dating interracial, I made it clear I am not counting out my race of men at all. Like, I will still date a Black man. I was married to a Black man. My son is Black. My brothers are Black. My father was Black. So I am not excluding my own race of people, because he had a following of women that were Black that choose to no longer date Black men, period, based off of their bad experiences with Black men. So they strictly only choose to date white men now. And I says, no, that's not my scenario. You understand? So like, my Black son has a Caucasian fiance and they have three children. I have a first cousin married to a white man, been for over 20 some years. I have another cousin just got married and had a baby by a white man. So it's all in my family. I have allies. I have friends that are Caucasian. When my fight with ADOS and the whole thing about that is against white supremacy, it's not against every white person in America, because I know that that is not the narrative here. So my experiences is because I have traveled in my music career all over the world. So I've been around all races of people, which caused me to be involved with some races of men from those cultures when I was touring. So and that depends for men too, because a lot of men go to China and Japanese, and it's not a lot of Black women over there. So if they come home with a Chinese or Japanese woman, I'm not mad at them. Or Asian woman, I'm not mad. It's what they are attracted to, what they was exposed to at the time, what was around them, and it is what it is. But when you say you're only dating a said race of another race, is because of you're downgrading your own race. That's what I have a problem with.
All right. I appreciate your Sister Patrice. Mr. Rucker.
Thank you, Sister Patrice.
Mr. Rucker. I'm going out with Sister Dawn. We have a great experience. Because of that great experience I had with her, I said, you know what?
Somebody is giving some bad feedback. Everybody mute.
Yeah, I hear that too.
Oh, good. Okay. Probably was Rico eating his candy bar or something. Anyway, Mr. Rucker, I'm going out with Sister Dawn, and it didn't work out, but man, I was so impressed. I said, forget the sisterhood, man. That's it. I'm out. And so, am I allowed to have a preference for just white women? Am I allowed to have that preference?
Absolutely, you can. See, now there's nothing wrong with that. If you have a preference, who is going to stop you anyway? Even if you see a family member saying that, oh, they were talking about you because of your dating preferences, what are they going to do about it? They're just going to give you like speeches and feelings. You can just laugh at their face because there's nothing they could do about it. You can give them reasons, but if you give them reasons, they might be even more upset. Now, it's up to you to decide and let them know, like, hey, these are the reasons why. Or I have these stereotypes. Do you want to hear them? If you hear them, it's going to be negative. You sure you want that? Now, with this Fresh and Fit controversy, he just blurted out all the negative stereotypes about Black women. And that's what just kind of set the internet ablaze about that. Now, is some of that true? It depends on your experience. Some of it's not, some of it is. It depends on how you feel. But if you have a preference of dating a particular woman and someone has an opinion about it, let them know how you feel So if you want to have a debate, an argument, they're not going to win because that's who you are. You only got one life to live. This life is short. You're not about to be loyal to something that's not going to be good to you. Whoever's going to try to stop you, let them suffer the consequences. So if you have a preference of something, be proud of that. If they want you to not be so vocal about it or be so display on how your preferences are, then they're going to have an opinion about that too, and you're going to have an opinion about that. It's just like you like what you like. I like for me, for an example, my preference is on women who sign prenups. I'm not going to settle with any other woman who don't want to sign a prenup. I don't care what the others say. I don't care about the no's. I'm only focusing on the yeses. I only want the yeses in life. The no's go to hell. I don't care. I know you may say something behind the scenes, behind my back, or even in front of my face. There's nothing you can do about it. So you can give me all the speeches and feelings you want. There's nothing you can do about a person's preference and how they express their preferences.
Thank you, sir. That was beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you,
Just
They're gonna light your ass up, prenup.
You ain't about to do nothing, Rico. You better have a prenup. Tell these young men to keep signing prenups. That's all.
Sister Dawn. Hold on, y'all. Sister Dawn, are you there? Are you with us?
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you perfect.
Hey, Sister Dawn. Hey, Sister
Hey,
Dawn.
hey, Joanna. Hey, Patrice, Rico, Jay,
Hey,
Hey,
Dawn.
and
Sister
Mr.
Di.
Prenup himself,
Yes.
Mr. Rucker.
Okay, Sister Dawn. Your tablet is fooling you. Your computer is fooling you. I'm actually a Caucasian man. I'm a Caucasian man, right? Your computer is full. I went out with Sister Wanda. I had a great time. I went out with Sister Patrice. I had a great time. I said, you know what? Forget the white sisters, man. I'm down with the brown. And is
Good night, Ryder.
there anything wrong with me having that preference?
Okay, so let me say this. I have dated all different races. I think where the problem comes in, and I think what people assume, because I have dated several black men. I was actually married to a black man for 10 years. So I think that people's assumptions are, oh, Dawn only likes black men. And that's really not the case. I've never excluded any race of people. I just maybe happen to vibe with certain individuals that were black. That's the way I always looked at it. Like, I never say, like, oh, I'm not ever dating a white guy. It just does so happen for whatever reason. I mean, I can't even tell you why. I do vibe with I vibe with black people very well. My best friend is black. I don't know if it's proximity. I live in Atlanta. I grew up in New York. I've always been around a lot of different races of people. So for me, it's not actually a preference. It's just if I meet somebody and I vibe with them, whether they're white, black, whatever, it shouldn't matter. I think where for me the problem comes in, like those fresh and fit guys, I don't even watch them. To me, that's total trash. I watched them one time, but I think the problem comes in. Why do you have to downgrade black women if you want to date a white woman? If you want to date a white woman, just go ahead and date a white woman or Asian or Hispanic. I mean, I don't, that's where the problem comes in for me. I mean, and like Sister Patrice was saying, she's got all different races in her family. So obviously, she doesn't have a problem with people dating outside of their race. Her own son is engaged to a Caucasian. So it's not that, she's teaching her kids, like, oh, no, you should never date outside of your race. People do what they're going to do. That's just the reality of life, but you don't have to put somebody down in order to date somebody else. Like I've never said I'm never
I
gonna date a
agree.
white man. because I guess I haven't really met the white man that is that I vibed with and that I chose to spend my life with. I don't care what color that person is, whoever I meet, if we vibe together. I don't really look at the race, and I think that's where the problem. I hate to hear people say like I would never do this or I would never do that as far as dating. I just don't particularly like it. I actually was attracted to a black man that told me I like you, but I would never date outside of my race. It didn't offend me. That's his way of thinking. I can't be offended by
Exactly.
it. He wasn't rude about it though. He didn't
Right,
say anything derogatory about my race. He just
right,
said that was his preference. So
exactly.
that's up to him. I mean, I can't tell somebody else what to do. But yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what everybody said on the panel. Um, I agree a lot with what Sister Joanna said. I wish that we stopped separating. I wish that we stopped separating each other, but that's a whole nother conversation. Racism does exist. I'm not blind to that. So I understand that we are not at that point yet, but I do hope one day that
And
we
Sister
will
Don,
be at that point where,
I'm so happy that you, as a Caucasian woman, is actually saying that and acknowledging that, because the fight that I do with ADOS is against the white supremacy and systemic racism that still exists in America. So I'm so glad to hear
oh
you
yes,
say that, to know, but
believe me,
just, you know what I mean, and just to
I
know
every
that.
day,
Thank
I
you so
hate
much
that
for
it,
that.
yes, I
Because
mean, and
I
that's,
got people that look like me that don't believe that it does, unfortunately. So to
yeah,
hear
and
you
it's
say it on
horrible. It
that
is.
level, yes. Thank you.
And I hope that the more people get in trouble, those guys, I live in Georgia now, and those guys that killed Ahmaud Arbery, they got life. And maybe the more people start getting in trouble for what they do and stop getting a pass, maybe things will change. I hope so. Because it was disgusting, and I'm glad they got life. And but yeah, this dating thing, I wish that people would stop putting each other in these categories, and you don't have to say, if you meet me, I am pretty fly Caucasian now, so if you met me, you might want to give up on everybody else. However, I don't think you should say you're never going to date such and such,
Thank you so much, Sister Dawn. I so appreciate all your comments. I co-sign on all your comments, Sister Dawn.
All right,
Don,
y'all.
I should have met your fly ass 10 years ago before I got married.
Honey Rico, what's up
All right,
now?
y'all.
Don't get
We
me in
gotta move the
trouble.
ball. We gotta move the ball. We gotta move the ball around, man. But I appreciate you. But I did want to make a comment myself and say that, we all have a right to have a preference. No matter if the other person next to you, what they think about it is irrelevant, and whether they're willing to judge you for your preference is irrelevant. The only thing I would say about a preference is I would I would I would try to make my preference be deeper than just physical traits or sexual tension. Try to have a deeper thing. Yeah, you can be visually attracted to somebody, whatever their skin color is, but try to have it deeper, because if you just base it on just physical traits, you're not really going to um, sometimes that's gotten us all in trouble. Hell, most of us are old enough where that has gotten following just the physical traits of somebody has gotten us in trouble. So that, I think we should all just look at, hey, okay, yeah, I'm attracted to this person. Now let me try to get to know the person and get a deeper understanding of their vibe, like Sister Don was saying. That way we will be better set up to move forward, and that's in my opinion. All right, y'all. So
Brother Clarence, can I just
yes,
ask one question to the panel? Can we all agree that the statements that Fresh and Fit said was inappropriate? The statements that they made, the
Yes.
way they describe black women.
Oh,
Irregardless,
hell yeah, it was
Absolutely.
disgusting.
Absolutely.
Yes.
okay.
I
Okay, I
100.
just want to make
No,
sure.
Definitely
no,
out of pocket, but
You don't
no,
think,
no.
Mr. Rucker?
no,
Mr.
I
Rucker.
don't think. Yeah, I
I
don't think
guess
it's
I
on
have to
purpose.
be with Mr. Rucker's team. I don't think it was offensive. I think it just is, Brother Rico. And I
Thank
want
you.
us as a people to get to a point where we
I
accept
said
other
inappropriate.
things.
I said inappropriate.
I understand, Brother Rico, what appropriate means. Trust
Okay.
me. I'm just stating, dear brother, I'm just stating that it is my hope that if there is a people, a black community, I would hope that we would not focus on such rhetoric, especially from two individuals who are not from this landmass.
So I'm just
Exactly.
saying, you guys accept that their description of black women are accurate. That's what Mr. Rucker and Sister Juana, that the description
Of
that
course, of course, they're not describing all black women. You have
that's what they
two
said.
so-called so-called black women on your panel, and does his rhetoric encapsulate us?
You
I don't think we
disagree
need
with
to.
it,
I
Sister
don't
Juana.
think, Brother Rico. I don't think we should entertain
No,
such
but what I'm
questions
saying,
and notions.
Sister Juana, I have to respectfully push back. All I said was their rhetoric appropriate or not? And you said yes, and their rhetoric is black women are ratchet and ghetto. That's their rhetoric. That's not me putting words in their mouth. That's their words.
Okay, if
And
we
if you
needed a
accept that position,
clarification for them to make and say
we don't
some,
need a
would that
clarification.
make it
No,
appropriate?
I don't need a clarification. They said what they said. That's what I'm saying. Everything that needs
But
to be
understand. But we don't understand that's not true on our own.
I
Thank
fully
you.
understand it's not true, and I fully understand that they were wrong in characterizing black women that way. I asked if everybody else agreed with that, and everybody did except for you and Mr. Rucker. So it's okay for them to characterize black women that way. I'm
I
clear.
think
They were clear.
I know who I am, Brother
I
Rico.
didn't say that.
Therefore, hear me out, because
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
not pushback for you. I
Okay.
know who I am. Therefore, it matters not what others say, what their opinions are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, but you told me that you didn't have that it was appropriate. I found it inappropriate. Everybody else
I
did.
find it appropriate for other people to have their opinions of me. What other people think about me, Brother Rico, is none of my damn business.
Okay,
Exactly.
fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm the same
Right.
way.
So
Because at the end of the day,
I think
what
we're
are they
getting caught
going
up.
to do?
I think we're getting caught up on the semantics when
Yes.
I think it's just not what I think what Rico is saying is that was something that didn't have to be said that way. But at the same time, I think Sister Wanda is saying they may have said it that way, but it didn't personally offend me. I may have viewed it as unnecessarily needed to be said, but I wasn't directly offended. I think we're just getting caught up on the semantics because I think all of us realize that they could have phrased that a better way.
Right.
And brother Clarence, I'm a black woman. Sister Patrice is a black woman. We're entitled to how we feel about what other people say about me. When I walk down the street, Brother Clarence, be clear that majority of people who have anything to say that's derogatory towards me is about other so-called black people. So, and I'm still unmoved. I do not walk around seeking validation from what other people who in person have to say about me or on the internet. But I do
definitely
agree
don't.
that I should keep my personal opinions. A lot of them, I do agree I should keep a lot of my personal opinions to myself because of the world we live in.
Right.
Okay,
I don't think I think it was inappropriate because I think it was colorist and I think it was prejudice and bias. The statement, because they use dark and brown or night riders and a woman that is of dark skin that have went through that within her own community. I think it was absolutely colorist. So yeah, which to me was inappropriate, right? But again, they are from a different ethnicity of people, but in all telltale, they still are of the brown and dark skin. Both of them, like one is brown skin and the other one is real dark, even darker than me. But this is the thing that you hear from people that look like you. And again, it's a very colorist statement. It's a very prejudiced and a biased statement. Absolutely. So in my opinion, as a dark-skinned woman that went through that herself within our own race of people, which is an issue for our own race of people. So let's just be real about that. It's colorist in our own race of people. So that's where I found it offensive. Because I don't mind you liking a light-skinned woman if that's your preference, but don't down dark-skinned women or brown-skinned women because you like light-skinned women. That's where the problem comes in.
And
that's the inappropriate part.
This is the same as when we have certain segments of our community out here giving the N-word passes. And then we wonder why people don't respect us, because we'll give them a pass to do it. Yeah, so anytime someone does this, it's like, we look in the mirror, blame ourselves. Why somebody else gonna fight for you if you won't fight for yourself? I just think it's offensive. As a black man, I wish they would say that about. He was talking about all black women, and I got daughters and granddaughters. Right. That's just out of pocket. And he didn't have to say it at all because nobody asked them. Nobody asked them, and no black woman I know is looking for them. But when you specifically target dark-skinned and brown-skinned women, that's the problem. That in itself is colorist. Like I said, if you have a preference for light-skinned women, that's your preference, cool. But to be able to say, I like light-skinned women because dark-skinned and brown-skinned women are A, B, C, D, and E, that is where the problem lies. And
who cares? There's no problem with that.
Wait a minute, Mr. Rucker. I'm gonna let you explain that, but I want Mr. B to jump in here real quick. Mr. B.
Much love, bro, Clarence. Much love. Definitely. Thanks for allowing me to be on your platform. Shout out to OG Patrice. Jay, what's going on? Brother Rico, what's good, man? You know what I'm saying?
Definitely go over to Knowledge and Relationships. Go to their channel and subscribe, share, and like over at Knowledge and Relationships. They're trying to do big things over there. But Mr. B,
yes.
B.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I fall in love. Well, I fall in love. I date a Caucasian lady. I don't want to go all the way into love, but I date a Caucasian lady, and I enjoyed the experience. It was a good experience. I decide, hey, I'm done with the sisters. And so am I allowed to have my own preference and whatever preference that may be? Am I allowed to have my preference?
Yes, anybody can have a preference if they want to. A preference is there's nothing wrong with a preference that you want, or if you only want to talk to certain certain race, or if you're more attracted to a certain race, I understand. But a lot of times, there's other things that you feel outside of your basic attraction. So there's reasons behind it. There's a reason why somebody just doesn't want to talk to the sisters no more. There's reasons why. And it's not just based on attraction. It's other factors that are playing into it that they may not express probably. They're not going to express. I'll just keep it completely 100. I'm not going to tell you that. You know what I'm saying? So I'll say it like this. As a content creator, I just want to elaborate on this more. As a content creator, you have a responsibility of what you put out there in the public. You know what I'm saying? What you put out there in the public, you have responsibility. And it's irresponsible, for the people to put out things out there where they know that it's going to be, hurtful and detrimental, to our community. Now, if you want to address the behaviors that we need to change, sure, I'm all for that. Let's address those behaviors. Let's work on it. Let's work to solutions. I'm here for that. But when you just want to you're basically demonizing, women of a certain skin color, you know what I'm saying? And you're not addressing the behaviors that you see. Address the behaviors first. And that's for the men and women. You know what I mean? Because it's a series that I see on YouTube. It's called Hood Vlogs, and this series shows the different neighborhoods within our community. And the one thing that I see is that I see that people do want to get out of those neighborhoods, but then also I see where they want to glamorize certain things, and we have to get out of the glamorization part. There's nothing funny about being in the streets. There's nothing funny about being negative. That just brings death and destruction. And until we get over that, and until we get past that, we will continually be stuck and we will not be able to grow.
Right. Okay, y'all. I gotta move the ball around. We got another question. What is spite swirling?
Oh
Does
my
everybody know
God.
what swirling is?
Yes, I know what swirling is.
You know what swirling is? Okay. We're gonna go around the room. What
Can
is
I respond
spite?
first? I want to respond first.
Okay.
In my humble opinion, spite swirling is dating someone outside your race to get back at the other race, or because you had a bad experience with someone of your same race. So to their detriment or to your own race, you choose to go out of your way to date of somebody of another race because you no longer want to date somebody that look like you in your own race because you're angry, you mad, you bitter, you jaded of your experiences of your said race, opposite sex person that did something to you. So now you're saying, like for me, if I was to do that and say, F all black men, they ain't done. I done had all these they this, they that, A, B, C, D, E. And I ain't doing nothing now but dating Hispanic men. That's it, because black men are trash. So I'm intentionally going to date Hispanic men because I feel this way now about my own race of men. That to me is spite racial dating, swirling, or whatever you want to call it, in my humble opinion.
Thank you, sister.
Come
Thank
on,
you, sister.
we gotta use a PC term. It's called spite swirling. All right. All right, Brother Rico, we're gonna go around the room. What is spite swirling? What is your opinion of what is that?
Fucking stupid.
Already lost.
It's just stupid.
Rico.
I know it's exactly
Rico.
as just okay. It's exactly as described it.
Already wrong.
I don't agree. I don't agree with those terms.
I'm gonna tell you why it's stupid. It's stupid because even if I'm gonna tell you exactly why it's stupid, because that means you will go out interracially date someone of a race that you may not even particularly care for to spite your own race. And not only are you're doing damage to another person. So when you're dating or in a relationship, so I'm gonna go out and date this white woman to piss off this black woman, and then you're ruining another person because you're not even really into white women. It's just stupid. If you're not really into interracial dating, you shouldn't be dabbling. It's like, what are you gonna do next? What is gonna be spite sexuality? Is that next? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, where the hell else are they going with this? I'm asking myself, where does this insanity not end? That you would go and say, to spite someone, I'm going to go and date an entire different ethnicity just to spite one ethnicity. That makes no sense. It just makes no sense to me. So to me, I saw it earlier, and I was like, that's just dumb. I'm all for people wanting to, experiment.
Excuse me, Rico. I'm gonna step out for just about 5 minutes, and I'll come back. Excuse me for the interruption.
Okay. So I'm all for people who, want to. I just don't. Who do they think that they're hurting but themselves? With anything that you do spiteful, you hurt yourself. Am I correct? Anything in life you do spiteful, it comes back on you. You're not really pissing. And so if I break up with a black girlfriend, I'm gonna go date the white girlfriend, and to make her mad, she don't care.
Right.
She don't care. So you're making yourself look stupid. That's why it's stupid. The person that dumped you don't care. You go date whoever you want. They don't care. So to create this culture or this group, we're spite swirlers, I would never claim that shit. That would make you look so stupid. I'm a spite swirler. What?
Yo, Rico, man, you sound like one of my uncles, man. I ain't gonna lie, you sound like my uncle.
I couldn't claim that. I couldn't. That would be, you would look so dumb. It's no way So that's just I don't get it. I know they talk about the swirling community, but I'm like, okay, at least I believe those were people that were into interracial. But spite swirling, you're not really into it. You just doing it to piss off the group that you left from. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
We're gonna get to you, Mr. Rucker. We're gonna let you explain.
Go ahead, I'm done.
Brother Jay, what's your version?
Yo.
What do you think? What is spite swirling?
That's what OG Patricia said and what Rico just said too, because that actually could be the case with brothers literally too, for Rico's explanation. But OG Patricia hit it on the head perfectly. I can't say anything. The only thing I can say, and man, on one hand, if you do that, I'm talking about for men and women, it's stupid on both your ends, because my person might not care. Once they dump you and get rid of you, they don't care. They ain't gonna hurt me. Unless I have a kid, I'll be honest. I'll say this right now. Unless I got really close to this woman and we have a kid together, then that's a little okay. I'll be honest. If we haven't broken things off and you did that, then that's a little bit different. That's different. But if we ain't together, then and I completely cut you off, yeah, I ain't gonna give a damn. Pardon my French, but I ain't gonna give a damn because it just doesn't mean anything to me at that point. But it. Like people, I'm sorry. People do. I gotta say this right now. Screw
Yeah.
it. This gotta be said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you gotta
humans
say
are
it.
irrational. Humans are irrational. They do dumb shit for all types of stupid reasons.
Yes.
And listen, and they want to, and listen, and if they come back to me and you justify what you did, and I told you not to do it, then you're stupid because you didn't listen. And now look what's come of your stupid action. I'm not going to be there to clean up your mess. That's something you got to take care of. And if you get a stigma on you, that's on you. That's on you. You made the stupid choice. And you try to justify it saying, well, she did such and such. I mean, and you want to get revenge on her. I'm like, listen, the revenge, just leave that shit to the birds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not gonna do anything. It's gonna make you feel worse. Because I'm gonna be honest, what do you say to a person when they say that? I'm like, don't do it, because you're gonna end up feeling bad. There's no cure for stupidity. People who make stupid decisions out of anger, there's no cure for it. All you can do is just be the. I hate saying this. I hate saying it. Being the better person. I guess respect that person's choice. Technically, you ain't got to, but it's kind of like just let them do them, and then you go about your life. That's all you can do. I know. Rucker want to say something similar to what I said, probably a little bit more extensive. Yeah. But yeah, dude. Like Rico, OG, Patricia are correct. I ain't got really no more to add because I hit it on the head, man. That's a S plus where I come from. Go ahead, Rucker.
Thank you for that, man. I'm gonna keep it 100, and of course, I'm gonna disagree with Rico because 98% of the time he's wrong. Spite swirling is so damn made up. Who is going to jeopardize their personal relationship just to get back at an ex? Like, oh, my ex was black. Let me go get a white woman. Then she'll be pissed off. Why do you care at that point when y'all broke up? No one is doing spite swirling. That is so made up. This is what happens. This is on social media. You get a woman, you break up with that woman, and then you get another woman that doesn't look like your ex. You just post a picture out there on Instagram or whatever social media. All of a sudden, you see in comments or phone calls, what you doing with this kind of woman? What you trying to say? He didn't do it because of how you may feel. No one cares about an ex's feelings like that, unless you're sharing it like a kid, because that does happen. But even with that, who cares how you feel? I'm not going to purposely go out my way, find a woman that doesn't look like you just to piss you off. I don't care about your feelings. I care about my own feelings. This woman that doesn't look like me, that has a different skin tone, makes me feel better than you. If you feel wrong about that, get some therapy. Go buy a dog or something. Who cares what these exes, what they think? The spite swirling thing is so left made up. Like, no one's doing that just because. You're just making it up based on a photo or based on a particular black man that's doing well. Like, if a black man was really broke or lower middle class and he's dating a white woman and it wasn't so good looking, nobody would care. I'd be like, who cares? But if an athlete or a celebrity that you like that's doing really well all of a sudden marries a white woman, he had an ex-black girlfriend, you'd be like, oh, see, we keep losing them, girl. Good. Who cares what you think? They're not doing it because of you. They're doing it because of how they make them feel. So this Spite Swirling thing is so made up, and Rico was wrong.
I wasn't wrong because I didn't come up with the question. Clarence did. You actually agreed with me, you fool.
No,
you actually agreed with me. You don't want to admit
going
it.
out their way. No one's going out the way to do nothing.
Just go ahead and say you was right, Uncle Rico.
No, you were wrong, Rico. You were wrong.
I don't even know where this Spite Swirling shit comes from. Clarence came up with this question.
Gentlemen.
Clarence, where you find this Spite Swirling stuff at?
No, let me interject though. Let me interject because I just said earlier, and I don't know if this will be called Spite Swirling or not, because remember now, I said earlier that I did an interview on an interracial site, a guy that has a YouTube page on interracial dating, and I told my experience about dating interracial, but I absolutely did not exclude my race of men that I would still date. His whole following is women that choose not to date Black men anymore because of their bad experiences with Black men. So they are specifically wanting to interracial date now because of that. So what would that be?
Bitterness. Who cares what they think? If Ford makes you a car and you don't like it, go with Chevy. No one's stopping you. They're going to try to persuade you, but if you don't, so what? Go live your life.
All right, well, Mr. Rucker, it is bitterness swirling, okay?
It's not bitterness swirling. This is life. Just experience everything and see what happens.
I'm right again, Rucker.
No, you're wrong, Rico. You're wrong again. 98% of the time you're wrong, man, but it's okay. You're like my crazy uncle.
Dang, Rucker, that many percentage, that higher percentage, he's wrong.
Yeah, he's like Fox News.
Look, you know he's my heir. He's trying to get in the wheel.
Oh my goodness. Rico. I don't know, but like I found it a problem for me as a Black woman to hear other Black, like almost his whole following of women say they specifically don't want to date Black men anymore because of the bad experiences they had with Black men. So that is why they choose to divest. I had an issue with that. I was the only woman doing that interview that said, I'm not counting out my Black men.
Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Ahead. Hold on. Jumping ahead of the question. Jump ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Hold on. Because I see where you see where I'm going. So hold tight. Mr. B. Mr. B, you still there with us?
I'm here.
All right, man. What do you think, brother? What is Spite Swirling? And what is that all about?
I think it has to deal with, a person not dealing with their bitterness and with their disappointment. You know what I mean? Because that's all it's coming from. You're bitter and you're disappointed based on your experience with, one or two people, or maybe three or four. I don't know how many. But like I said, sometimes it's in the type of men that you're choosing. You know what I mean? So if you're choosing a type of men of color and they're into certain activities, they're into doing certain things or being around certain people, they're not about being a professional, they're not about being a citizen, they're not trying to make you a wife, then what do you expect? You know what I mean? I think sometimes women and men of color to be in situations and we're like, well, why is this happening? Excuse me. It's because this person is not here to make you a wife or a husband. You know what I mean? They barely understand what it means to be a boyfriend or girlfriend, or even a friend at that. So how could you expect that person to want to be in something more, more profound? I think with our people, we don't know how to really do that, honestly. We don't know how to be in healthy relationships. Let's just be honest and real. You know what I mean? Like, we see it, we know it. We see how our communities are, you know what I mean? But especially the ones that are in poverty, you know what I mean? Look at the behaviors that are going on. Do you think any of these people are really going to be healthy wives or husbands? No. They don't even treat themselves healthy. They're eating the wrong type of foods. They barely exercise. They don't have any water or fruit and veggies intake. You know what I mean? So if you're killing yourself, how can I expect you to bring me life? That ain't gonna never happen. So I think we have to understand. We have to have real expectations, and then with those real expectations, instead of just trying to date outside of people, you know what I mean? Try to help those who need that help to understand how to date in a positive way, and then date those who already have that mindset. You know what I mean? So help, but then also as you're helping, look for those who are on that same wavelength and who have that same energy. I think that's a big thing. I think sometimes we date outside of our energy. You know what I mean? Because we don't want to look bad or we want to be cool or whatever. But then we end up in these bad and toxic relationships and then we're upset. You know what I mean? Don't blame it on your race. Blame it on your standards.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's just the people that you pick.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point, Mr. B.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
welcome,
y'all.
brother. You're welcome.
I got another question. And we're gonna start with Mr. B this time. Okay, Mr. B. What is the difference between swirling and divesting, brother?
What does divesting actually mean? I want to know what that terms actually mean. I know what swirling is, but yeah, what's divesting?
Okay. The divesting means that they are done. I mean, they don't even dibble dabble back in the Black community. They pack their bags and they're gone. Meaning that the scenario I used before where I was talking about, I'm dating Sister Dawn and I had such a good experience with her. That's it. I'm done with the sisters. I'm gone. That's divesting.
Well, yeah, I know brothers who have done it, and the reason they've done it is because, like, when I talk to them, they just been through a lot of trauma when it comes to women of color. Like, they just been through a lot of trauma. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and then a lot of times they want to get away, they want to move away. They don't want to have nothing to do with people of color at all because they've been through a lot of trauma. You know what I mean? So I know a good friend of mine like that exactly. You know what I mean?
Okay, Mr. B, let me ask you a quick question. And I'm going to ask this question to everybody. Do you think that it would help if they vetted the people that they are getting involved in this in these intimate relationships with better? Or do you think that wouldn't make a difference?
It would make a difference, but you got to look at your environment, right? Listen, the neighborhood I grew up in two neighborhoods. I grew up in Fort Greene, Brooklyn. I grew up in Brownsville, Brooklyn. Both neighborhoods are really, really bad neighborhoods, right? Especially Brownsville. Now, with that being said, like, you know what I mean? Me trying to pick a mate from those pool of people, I'm probably not going to have a healthy relationship, just to be honest, just based on my environment. And I knew that. So why would I invest in that? It'll be detrimental to me and to those people. But what I will want to do is help them and actually provide that love, but really provide it from a distance because I know the toxicity of that neighborhood. I know that when you try to help in close proximity, or even try to date in close proximity, it could really be detrimental to you to the point where you could lose your life. So, you know what I mean? You just gotta make wise decisions. I think that a lot of times when they just say that they're done, a lot of times it's just the fact that, man, they just tired of being with women who just have egregious behaviors, who call themselves the B word, who, you know what I mean, who want to twerk and do all these other egregious things. And no man is gonna make you a wife with you having that behavior. I don't know if women really understand that. Like, a real man is not marrying you. Like, he's not. You know what I mean? He'll mess with you, but he ain't marrying you. Yeah. You will never be a wife, and I think that's what sisters gotta get, man. Like, I hate to see a struggle like this. Like, I really hate it. It's sad. Like, I hate to see it, but y'all would never be a wife, and that should scare you. That should really scare you. You'll only be a baby mama for the rest of your life. No man will ever honor you. Like that. That's crazy. So I think I think we gotta really, and for the brothers too. You know, you'll never be a husband. You know what I mean? You'll be messing with all these hood chicks, but they will never be loyal to you. They'll be messing with not only you, but they'll be messing with your homeboys or sometimes even your family members behind your back. You know what I mean? Like, you know, let's say you get locked up because you live in that life. She's not gonna wait for you. She's not gonna be down for you. That's not gonna probably happen for you. So now you done had children by this woman. You know, and now she bringing other men around your kids and all types of stuff. So you got a whole bunch of drama. And I'm not giving you scenarios just based on me just guessing. I'm giving you like life examples. Like, I grew up in this neighborhood. You know what I mean? So I know what type of behaviors it is. And it's not everybody, but it's majority of people. You know what I mean? Because it's just the environment. You know what I mean? You as I always tell people, you can't turn shit into sugar. You know what I mean? Once the shit is shit. And that's just really what it is. Expect it, clean it up, and get rid of it. Straight up.
All right, Mr. B, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker. What is the difference between swirling and divesting, or is there a difference?
Well, it depends on the outlook. Like if you decide to just be with another woman that's not a part of your culture visually, and from the outside looking in, it looks like you're just swirling. But you could be doing it by just saying, you know what, not only am I choosing this type of woman and she's not part of my culture, I'm choosing not to be involved in my culture that I was with. And it doesn't have to necessarily be handicapped to a skin tone. It could just be that city, the urban lifestyle, whatever. You experienced it and you don't want nothing to do with that. So you are technically divesting. Like, I'm not in the same zip code. I don't hang out with the same clubs. I don't drive the same cars you drive. I don't work where you work. I just escaped everything. And on the outside looking in, that can look like divesting, because once you pick a woman that doesn't look like you and you literally move away from friends and family that know you from dating the same type of woman that looks like you, it looks like divesting. So it depends on the environment, but there's nothing wrong with divesting if you come from a bad background. You don't even have to explain to people why you're doing what you're doing. You have to save your sanity first. If that environment is driving you crazy, or someone that looks like you is giving you problems, you don't have to be with them. Even though you may hear some people saying, oh, you're selling out, you're doing this. Who cares what they think? You got to save yourself. You can't just stay in there for community, but you're losing your sanity. If you're losing your sanity, you got to save yourself. And that involves being with someone else different, so be it. Whatever you got to do, leave. But it's not just skin deep. It's just really the environment. Sometimes that environment will give you a woman that's different skin tone. You should not be handicapped to your skin tone. You should just be handicapped to your happiness. If you want to stick with the black woman, that's fine. I mean, that looks pretty and everything, in my opinion. But it's like, if you don't, that's okay too. Who's going to stop you? You seem happy. If you seem happy, keep doing it, unless it's like, drugs or something. But if you just divest into negative stereotypes, into that whole mindset, if you just got to get someone that looks nothing like you, so be it, man. So if from the outside looking in, people will say it's swirling because, oh, it's just a physical thing. But if you just leave that neighborhood and you with that person, then it's divesting.
All right. Thank you, brother, Mr. Ruck. I appreciate that, brother. Sister Wanda, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. Let me give you the question. What is the difference between swirling and divesting? And is there a difference?
No, because this goes back to personal preference. Whatever happens to you in your lifespan that may cause you to feel whatever type of way, it's still your personal preference. It's still your personal preference, even if it's one so-called black woman that you had an experience with, and you want to go and experience something else. It's still your right and your preference. And the less time I spend on thinking about why you chose that, or if you should choose that, I have more time to pursue my own happiness. So I guess I have to disagree with if how the narrative of the question is being set up. I guess I disagree with almost everyone, because I don't think you have to have a reason. Some people say, well, if it's because of this or if it's because of that. No, it's because of how, whoever you are, and however you experience life and choose to experience life. It's about your own preference. And there was a time when I used to eat certain things, and then now I'm eating something else. Regardless of the why, that's my personal preference now, and I have a right to choose that. And again, the less time I spend on trying to figure out what other people are trying to do, the more time I have to figure out what I'm trying to do. And that's all I have to say about that, Brother Clarence.
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Sister OG Patrice, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you perfect, sis. Okay, what is the difference between swirling and divesting? That's why I stopped you, sis, because I knew I was coming to that. What is the difference between swirling and divesting, and is there a difference?
Yeah, I think it's a difference because I know people that swirl that are not necessarily totally divested in just only dating outside their race. They, they do it for whatever reason, who they attracted to at the time or whatever. They in and out of the swirling thing. So I do think it's a difference. Divestment, like you said, if that's the meaning of divesting, if it means totally committed only to that opposite race. I know people. I know a guy that particularly, that has totally divested and won't look back and have anything to do with his blackness or black community or black love or black like he totally is divested in dating. He's dating a white woman, and that he won't even go like in like nothing black basically. So I think there is a difference between the two. I know for me, just say if I did decide to date or marry someone outside my race, my fight for ADOS wouldn't stop because it's my fight and my belief in what I believe as far as my people. So for me personally, I can speak and say if I was in that scenario, my fight wouldn't stop for that. But but I know a couple people that are married to other races of people, and they have absolutely nothing to do with their black community, nothing to do with their black anything, only just their family and their children. And it has nothing to do with any trauma that they've experienced. They just choose to not have anything to do with the black community anymore. And then there's some, like I said, my black guy friend, he had some trauma and experience with his black community because he's a dark-skinned guy. So he had a whole problem with the colorist thing. And he left and didn't come back, won't look back, won't invest, like nothing. So yeah, it's definitely a difference in my humble opinion. So, but my fight is different, would be different from somebody else's fight that wouldn't absolutely have anything to do with their own community of people, like giving back. I mean, I love to go and mentor, young black girls and boys in the inner city. I love doing that. I love teaching them the arts. I love, doing things like that as my way of just giving back, period, to my people. So, but if I marry somebody else outside my race, it wouldn't stop me from doing those things that I do within my own community.
All right. Thank you, Sister Patrice. Jules, as always. Brother Jay, you up, brother? What is the difference between swirling and divesting? And is there a difference?
Well, the difference between swirling and divesting is so hard to say that word. Divest. But the difference between swirling and divest is when you're swirling, you're literally, you're with a different race, and you're particularly like that race more often, or you were with one particularly, or you might have just wanted to go to something else. But with divested, if you're clearly cut off from that race and you want nothing to do with it, then that means you're pretty much fine with a major choice that you want to venture out into others. So, you've made that commitment to do that. So, it also depends on having your first foot out the door to go and explore different things. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that if that's what you want to do. It just matter of just being respectful and polite about it, about how you do it. But I can speak on for both of my brothers. I'll use them as examples. Both of them, literally, my youngest brother, he married outside of his race. But the difference was he didn't marry her just because of like the color, whatever. He married her because she brought him happiness, and what he was looking for is just for a nice person. Really was that would to be a mother to his kids, that he can raise together and build his own family. So he doesn't really care so much about community. More he cares about his family, his unit that he's building. So I'm proud of my younger brother, and I love him a lot for picking what he picked, because if it made him happy and she didn't give him stress and he doesn't give her stress, and they just work well together, whether she's Caucasian or whether she's from Germany, it doesn't matter to me. I told him, listen, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. But like I said, if you just cut off one thing just to be divested, and then that's your choice. I just say don't complain later on. If you got tired of, I'm not saying you get tired of it. Let me correct that. don't make it seem as if like you had no choice in the matter. You did have a choice. I think that's more accurate to say, because like I said, we're in this world and we have choices, consequences, and privileges. So you have to be able to utilize each one of those aspects to your advantage, and also to find which one of those categories in those categories best suits you. So don't ever like condemn yourself into like to lock down on one thing. I think it's better to venture out and see different things. And I'm not saying like, your race of woman or that side of woman is better than the other. I think you should get a chance to actually see everything the world has to offer. And I know I made that very broad when I just said that just now. I'm just saying, go out and venture out and actually see things. Because if you're in a place that's detrimental to your health or anything like that, then you're not gonna pick a good candidate for a mate whatsoever. So you have to go do it. You have to be in a different particular area, or maybe travel to a different place to actually look for that. Or maybe you might just stumble into it, which tends to happen to a lot of people who travel or who venture different places. That tends to happen a lot. So swirl or divest, whatever you choose to do. Like I said, just make sure it's what you want to do.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right. Nuggets as always. Brother Rico, are you still there? Brother Rico. Oh, he might be out. Yeah.
I was going to say, did he fall asleep?
Yeah, he might have fell asleep. He was probably taking that medicine. All right, y'all. Well, let me throw my little 2 cents in there for y'all. The difference between swirling and divesting, my best understanding of that is swirling is when you date a high percentage of people that are of another race. The divesting is when you completely will not date your own race. You just completely have said, I am not going to do this, and it's a complete cutoff. Now, a lot of people have different reasons why they get involved with that. Most of it is traumatized, right? Most of it is traumatization, why they get involved in either decision. But I think on the divesting side, there's usually a lot of higher amount of traumatization than on the swirling side. I think we all have traumatizations. I mean, man, if you could just take one, if you could be with a black man from age 18 to 22 and just be with him enough times to see how much rejection he gets, I mean, that's enough rejection right there to make you a swirler, right? But a lot of us still stay, right? So it just depends. Thinking that it should have no problem. Nobody should have a problem with preferences. If you have a preference, but see, a lot of times we as people try to project our preferences on other people, and that's where the thing goes wrong. If I want to just exclusively date black women, then that should be okay for me. And if Mr. Best wants to date exclusively Asians, then that should be for him, and it's like so on and so forth. It shouldn't be my issue who's he's dating, right? All right, y'all. We're gonna get some final thoughts in here because we're gonna try and wrap it up. Let me see. Let me get some final thoughts in here from everybody. All right, some final thoughts. Sister Wanda, do you have some final thoughts for us?
As always, Brother Clarence, I think your platform is tremendous. It's growing. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
You have great, you deserve it. You have great commentary and great panelists who always join. My final words would be, if and now this wouldn't make a great panel, what I'm about to say, but I think if everybody would take a deep breath and pause when they hear rhetoric spoken by other people they don't agree with, and you'll continue to hear this theme throughout everything that I ever say to you, Brother Clarence, on your channel. You'll continue to hear the theme, resounding theme from me, that people have a right to their opinions. That's okay. It's great to, it's mental masturbation to get up here and talk about it. But other than that, it's meaningless, and it has no real meaning whatsoever. Like the other brother said earlier. He's like, someone dates out. Well, first of all, you're upset, but what are you gonna do about it? What can you do about it? Nothing. So I'm about the 48 laws of power. You know, turn away from the things that you don't like. If you don't like it, that people date out or the swirling, just don't look at it. Keep your power. But once you start espousing what you don't agree with, what you don't like, then you're just a part of the chatter. Choose to stand out. Choose to stand out and let people be themselves while you're enjoying being yourself and you're enjoying your opinions and they're enjoying their opinions. And I think that'll make the world a lot better place than us trying to make sense of other people's individual decisions and choices and preferences and fetishes. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, Clarence. I'll see you next time.
All right. Thank you as always, Sister Wanda. A home run. Thank you. I appreciate you for stopping in and making it not an echo chamber in here. Mr. B.
I just want to say, thank you, Bro Clarence, for having me on. Everybody, please like and subscribe to Let's Talk the Better Black Life. You know what I mean? Definitely subscribe, man. Hit that bell.
Definitely subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships.
Most definitely subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. Definitely subscribe to Jay Takashi. You know what I mean? Show him some love as well. You know what I mean?
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
I didn't know Jay had a channel. I love Knowledge and Relationship. You know, I'm already over there with rocking with you. I didn't know you had a channel. Put your channel in the back chat, please.
Yes, ma'am. I got you.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to everybody, and I think that like I said, we have to just characterize the behaviors and not look at race, and I think we'll get a lot further if we do that. So yes.
All right, brother. We gotta be honest. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we don't want to be honest because we don't want to hurt people's feelings. That's what I can appreciate about Sister Wanda and I can appreciate about Patrice is that they're honest, but they're thoughtful. They try to be thoughtful as they can, but they're honest. And we are not going to get anywhere if we're not being honest with each other about some of these conversations that we have. You know what I mean? So that's you right, Mr. B. Appreciate you, brother. Sister
Definitely,
Patrice,
thank you.
Any final thoughts for Sister Patrice?
Yeah, Bro Clarence, I want to thank you for always allowing me to grace your platform with my presence. I appreciate all the dialogue and the different opinions and views that we have, as well as some of the same opinions and views that we have, right? I think that we can agree to disagree respectfully. We have construction conversation and come up with the solutions. The bottom line, in this subject, it's a thing of, where as far as like there was this show, this Dr. Phil show. And the reason why I say when things become clearly problematic in our community, there was this Dr. Phil show. I don't know if anybody ever saw it, where this Black woman was up on his television as a Black woman talking about she was white.
I saw that.
Like literally, she said she talked white, she thought white, she carries the whole white all the now we know she was Black. So for me, the first thing I thought was what happened to her? Something traumatic has happened to this young lady in her life for her to even have this type of thinking, to know that she's a Black woman. And they asking her when she look in the mirror what she see. So when people are spewing certain venom and vitriol that look like us, that can cause, like I said, not all, I must be clear, not all, some. But what if you take someone that is mentally ill, like obviously that woman was, and if something traumatic happens and she hears a certain rhetoric sprue, and now she believes she is a whole other race of a person. And the fact that something that happened to her, or something that was said to her, or somebody made her feel a way, or she had a traumatic experience, totally reversed her mindset to the point where it's literally an illness for her. because she had to go through therapy and all of that. So when we hear people on these platforms and we sit and they say things like that to the detriment of our community and they look like us, that's problematic for me, you know, and I'm just speaking for me. But other than the swirling, divesting, to each his own, people do what they want to do. I don't judge people by who they choose to love. I say love who love you, no matter what they look like at the end of the day. You know, but don't do it for spite of your own race. Don't do it for spite of because you've had bad experiences with somebody in your own race, because that right there in and of itself is a problem. And again, we have to take a look in the mirror and say, okay, are you going to blame every Black man or every Black woman because you had an experience with 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever? And this is why you're saying specifically that you're doing that, because like I said, those women specifically say they don't date Black men no more because of their experience. So to me, and they're only going to date other races of men. I'm like, wow. You know what I mean? And I'm the only one on this platform saying, no, I've had bad experience with Black men too, but I also had a great husband who was a Black man and a great father who was the father of my son. So there's no way I'm going to put an all pool of men in that pool. You know what I mean? All pools ain't got pee in it. All pools don't have pee in it. So I just want to be clear about that.
Wow. You won't hear that on the lead attorney, will you?
You know what I mean? Right. So yes, but also I wanted to tell you guys it's getting ready to go down very shortly. Jay, you be over there. I see you over there. I see knowledge and relationships. Listen, bro, Clarence, you brought up no, that was Rico brought up the whole thing about the N-word. It's getting ready to be discussed on Black Man Unfiltered with some of our white counterparts. So this is going to be an interesting conversation. So you guys make sure you come over there, because we're going to talk about the N-word, how it's been a detriment for our community, and the N-word, how now our white counterparts are feeling like they have a right to start back saying it again, and So this is going to be an interesting conversation. I really wanted Rico, because he the one brought up the whole N-word thing. I really wanted him to come over to Black Man Unfiltered Network. That's his podcast. So
when?
I believe it's starting either. Because see, he's on Eastern time, so I'm trying to remember the time. It's either now, which is 6:30 his time. So I think it's getting ready to start now, or it'll be in an hour. I'm not sure, but just go to the channel and check it out, and you to see what time it's going to start. Because I'm actually going to be on the panel. So
put it in the chat for us so we can go over there and support you.
Okay, okay, hold on. Let me put it in the back chat.
All right.
And see, now that changes my plans, man. I'm gonna have to hold over there probably instead of me throwing the stream. Well, because that's something that I need to hear. So yeah. So for the Clarence, my final thoughts are: you're amazing. Thank you for always letting me on here to share some wisdom.
Thank you.
I appreciate the two. I appreciate my 2 older sisters up here trying to guide and give me some guidance, because I told them I like listening to my elders, and it always helps me to learn different perspectives and learn from them, so I can do better. It's more of a confidence boost and a motivator. And
you know what's funny about them two? They're like the 2 aunts you got that's way different, right? But they say the same thing, but in a different way, right?
Yeah. I got those aunts, and I got 2 more now on here. Pretty much, they say this like remind me exactly the 2. I'm like, yeah, because they're giving me different perspectives, and I'm seeing each one. So it's not like there's not one clear right one. It's just they're both right. They're just coming from different sides. Is what it is. So I always have to look at it from everybody's perspective. Because I don't think there is no one clear right answer, but I think there are multiple answers that can lead to the right one. So that's just what I've been taught. So, Brother Clarence, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. Appreciate you having me on. I appreciate you doing. Like I said, I appreciate you just just doing what you're doing. It means a lot. I need brothers to be, especially of your age, literally to be come talking to us younger generation, because I'm only 30 now, by the way, but even though I'm still young, I just want to keep learning from my old school cats.
All right.
It means a lot to me.
I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you listening.
Appreciate you, young brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate you coming over here. All right, everybody. I'm gonna give my final thoughts. I'm gonna pull you guys all down, and then I'm gonna just close out the stream here. I appreciate all of y'all coming on, thinking enough of me, Mr. B, man. We waiting for you. Been waiting for you, brother. Come on, you know, you guys got an open invitation, bro. You know what I mean? Rico, I gotta make him get up here, but everybody else, man, you guys got to get up here. But anyway,
Yeah,
man, I don't. Oh,
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I got knocked off because for some reason when I go in the back thing and I subscribe to Jay, it knocks me out all the way out the panel. But I only could find, I put in the back the name of his channel, so you can actually type it in YouTube and then subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network. So I couldn't find the link to do it because it knocks me out for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
Oh, you meant for my channel? Okay, hold on.
Black Man Unfiltered Network. For those of y'all in the chat out there, the regular chat, Black Man Unfiltered Network.
Yeah, I subscribed to you, Jay, but it knocked me out. It knocked me off. But I did subscribe to you.
Girl,
though.
you knocked me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna bring y'all down. All right. Because everybody has their say, because I'm gonna bring you guys down.
Okay, everybody have a good evening.
Okay.
Good evening, y'all.
Salute to your chat.
Thank you, Sister Patrice. Thank you, Sister Juan. Thank you, Sister Juan. Thank you, brother, Mr. B. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming in and chopping it up with us, man.
Anytime, brother. Anytime. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yes, sir. For sure. Anytime. Woo! What y'all think? Sister Dawn came up. Man, Sister Dawn said, "Nah, brother Clarence, you getting at me too hard, man. I'm gonna co-cam up and I'm gonna show you what I'm about. I'm with the business." Okay, Sister Dawn, you with the business. Sister Dawn, strong performance. Mr. Best in the West, strong performance. Brother Jay, strong performance. Rico, strong performance. Sister OG Patrice, strong performance. Sister Juana, always a strong performance. Even though she pushed back most of the time, she always give a strong performance. She's so respectful in the way she tries to do it. So we appreciate her. We appreciate Sister Patrice, all our ladies that come in and try to help us do this work. Why do we do this? Why are we doing this? Because people like me and Sister Patrice and OG Rico and Juana, we're old enough to know that, you know, that one person might be listening, that might be on their way to go do something really dumb, and they just hear us talking, and then they might say, hey, you know what, let me don't do that, because I hear these people talking about something constructive. So we understand that. So we're not trying to, you know, move a whole nation. Oh, Sister Dawn, I think Sister Dawn is you know, around our age too. But you know, we understand, man. Just a little word, just a little word could help somebody. So, you know, that's what we're about up in here, man. That's what we're about up in here. So anyway, what's the solution? The swirling, divesting. What's the solution to the situation? The solution is there is no solution. There is no solution. You do what you think is the best thing for you, but just to have the right motives for what you're doing it. Right? Remember I gave you guys, oh yeah, I didn't give you guys, but I gave you on a video, I gave you the example of a man helping an old lady across the street. But then when she gets across the street and he leaves, she can't find her wallet. Well, the reason why he helped her across the street was to dig in her purse and get the wallet, right? So motivations are important. Motives are important. Even when you go to the police, motives are important, right? When they are investigating a crime, they want to know what's the motivation behind. So why would somebody commit this crime? Why would they do this? That's gonna give them insight, right? So that's what we about. We about finding solutions. You know, you're gonna date somebody, have the right motivations. And the right motivation is, hey, this person is just, a good person in your opinion. If you're gonna do it because you spiting and you hating and you just got issues and it's hard to sustain that and make a relationship work. And the key thing is, if you're having problems dating black men or white men, if you're having problems dating men and you have problem after problem after problem, like I tell my sons, maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the problem. Because you're just gonna take the problem over to the white boys, and you're gonna take the problem over to the black dudes. You know what I mean? Sooner or later, it's gonna rear its ugly head wherever you lay your head down. So we don't want to do that, right? Man, life is too short to live out of a trash can. Life is too short to live out of a trash can. I think I'll put that on a t-shirt. Life is too short to live out of a trash can. Happiness is what you should be chasing. You're never going to have 100% happiness all the time, but that's what you should be chasing in this life, is happiness. Peace of your spirit. That's basically what happiness is. It's the peace of your spirit being at peace as much as you can have it there. All right? So, not bad, not bad, not bad. Thank you, Sister OG Patrice, Sister Don Frank, everybody in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Sister Enya Kenya, appreciate you. Mr. Rucker came through. How did he do? Smash. Man, smash performance as usual. Everybody did such a great job. I appreciate all of you guys. Ben Wayne. Who else stopped by? Ben Wayne. Mr. Best, I already got him. I think Willie Dean came through, right? No, Willie Dean was on another broadcast. Rasgirl came through. Shout out to Rasgirl. Difficult Light. Rico. Knowledge Relationship. Brother M3 came through. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you for stopping in the building. Let's see. Sister Juana, of course, was here. And yeah, that's it. That's roll call, y'all. So I'm going to shut the broadcast down. Appreciate y'all. Go look it up on the replay and get some of the nuggets that my panelists left out here. Peace to y'all. Have a good evening, y'all.